everybody. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream. A little bit of a bonus match today. We got ByuN Hero Best of 9 from Inu, and we're going to be going into that to start us off. We're not expecting this at all today, so something a little bit different. As yeah, we'll get things underway and sorted out. Get underway here. Best of 9 series to start, and then I guess we'll go from there and see what happens with our evening of StarCraft, or with our day of StarCraft. I don't know why I think it's the evening. Here's me just wishing the day away, apparently. Aye. Alrighty, Cool. These guys having some fun in the lobby before we start. There's been some good memes going on, from what I can tell. Alright. We're gonna get going in a couple of moments. We're gonna get this started off. And kick off into some StarCraft 2. Hello guys, ByuN vs Hero, best of 9. Like I say, something a little bit unexpected. I woke up this morning, saw it on Team Liquid, I was like, hey, I wonder if we can cast that. And I asked them, they said, yeah. So here we are. He just loves StarCraft. It's just like, you wake up and the next thing you know, it's like, oh, you got an extra best of 9 to cast today. I love it. We're going to do the GSL Group B matches after this as well from the replays, so we're going to have a decent stream. I actually like it because the GSL stream was a little short yesterday, and yeah, just 5 best of 3s usually does kind of end up a little short, especially if you're just in replays. There's no, like, you know, players are AFK downtime, so the stream really does just, you know, like, zip on through. So, getting a little best of 9 to start off with. I am all into that. In the top right-hand side, we're going to be having our blue Protoss player to kick this best of 9 off. It's going to be Hero, and he takes on the red Terran player in the bottom left-hand side. It is going to be ByuN. I was literally about to go outside and go for a run, and Wardy goes live with this. Wow. Well, you know, get running and just listen. You know, I explain everything on the screen anyway, is what they say. So, you know, get the earphones in and just listen up. I'll be extra descriptive for you today if it helps. I'll be extra descriptive. All right, engineering bay block to start us off, as we do see a probe coming across the map here. So he's going to go journeying out down to the bottom side initially, just to have a little bit of a look-see as to what is up and taking place. And yeah, a few pros pulled in there, going to jump onto that engineering bay, so just trying to deny that engineering bay block nice and early. The sooner you get rid of that, the sooner you're just kind of more back on track with, you know, the rest of your game plan and everything that you're kind of meant to be going into. Gonna get a cancel on that. As, yeah, see the Reaper coming up. That's going to be seeing the orbital command coming through as well. Nexus and the Cybercore continue to build just for the moment. So you get all of that coming through just for now. Hero laughing away. So he's having a good time of it so far, if nothing else. And it's just again, see our Nexus building through, the Adept on the way out. We just got ourselves fully set up here, game number 1. Of again, best of 9, so expecting kind of some fun stuff, some kind of cheesy things. This is not a huge prize pool tournament either, guys. This is just like a $75 show match. This is just for a little bit of a fun on a Friday night in Korea, I guess, because yeah, it's definitely not the biggest of prize pools or anything like that, but there's nothing wrong with that either. Let's just have ourselves the Reaper. He's going to be met by the Adept, but the Adept is hit Shades. Is going to force the Reaper just to step away, so nothing too serious actually going to be taking place there. And the Reaper heads up into the main base to try and see a little bit more of what's going on. Going to start hitting against some of those probes to begin with. The sentry coming through, hitting the Reaper for a little bit as well. They're going to go jumping in. Proby's taking some damage. Stalker popping out, though. I mean, if nothing else, you're getting good information here as ByuN pretty consistently, right? Consistently able to see what's coming your way. Although the sentry flank comes in, and the sentry takes down the Reaper. It's one of those moments where as the Terran you think, you know how many shots you can take before you got to get out of there, right? So you don't really account for the additional shot that comes through. You know, basically you get out there one shot away from death. So if there's anything on that low ground, like a sentry should never be able to grab a Reaper, but because you're just kind of playing it to perfection from the main base, in this case you get caught off guard a little bit, and that is going to end up coming back to bite you just by a moment or so. So a little bit painful for ByuN, a little bit amusing for us. As he laughed about it as well, though he understands it's also fairly amusing. As the blink starts up here, and Hero will begin to show us his first tech choice of this best of 9, going straight into blink, and utilizing that as an opportunity to get settled and into action. Over these next few moments, the orbital command is going to sit there, the medevac going to load up, WardiTV and a few marines going to start to step out across the map. A couple of stalkers and the sentries trying to get underneath and hit that medevac a little bit as well, but unable to really do too much just yet. Stalker going to be there, the hallucination will keep on poking and prodding. The robot facility coming about, the probes are still coming through. We're just going to say ourselves the stalker going to be able to jump straight onto the medevac again, so this is actually a pretty big deal. There's a lot of damage taken. I wouldn't mind will unburrow or reburrow. Obviously, the hallucination can't hit the medevac any further, but it being such low HP is going to really deter this medevac from committing through into the base and to try and really do much else. The Widowmine goes down as well as the hallucination sets it off, and that is going to be Hero successfully having a very good defense. Now, the medevac actually just turns around and comes back home, so he is going to be able to get that back home without too much further concern or thought. So that's a pretty big deal as well. Bringing that straight back is a pretty huge positive. I'm going to have that to join up with this army, for example, where now you can join up that medevac and just have an extra little bit of healing available here for the Marines and the siege tank that are coming across to the other side. Liberator coming up as well, siege tank, Marines. Pretty hefty push from ByuN, no repair on this medevac, so it will be low HP, an easy target. Gonna have to be careful what we lift up into there if we try to evacuate, because that's just going to be asking for damage to be done if you're not careful. As guys, I'm just going to have to be 1 second for the door just as ByuN's attacking. Typical timing. The probes are going to pull. I'm literally casting as I'm walking away. Okay, I literally have to BRB, I'm sorry. Well, the game's not over. Here's me before the stream telling people to go out for a run and just listen to the cast, and I just piss off in the highest of moments. So everything died. We killed 6 stalkers and 6 probes. This loss is fairly even, so fair enough. Alright, sorry guys, the door went. I had to go answer. I'm the only person home today. Typical timing though. God, couldn't have happened in like the 3 minutes earlier or anything, could it? Not at all. Alright, catch my breath. Because running up and down stairs ain't it for me in this day and age, tell you that much. Yeah. Alright, Liberator coming through the top. And it's going to come straight across there as Turbo Bay comes online, the +1 attack and the charge both coming through. Turbo Bay, extra gateways, a couple of Widowmines, Marines, and Marauders coming up as well. Still got that stim pack, +1 combat shield coming through currently, so a little bit of everything being brought up for the moment. Liberator just going to sit up there and set off to the side of the main base, so we'll just be idling around for a few moments, just chilling out, taking a little bit of time. This medevac coming back around and is unable to do much else, so just gets back home. Maybe get a repair on it, and we can look to maybe push again in the future here as ByuN. He's going to be on his way to those big bio upgrades very shortly, stim combat shield, concussive shells, etc. Once you got all of those in play, life is going to become a lot easier for you, so let's see what we can maybe do with that as the +1, concussive shells, again, stim pack, combat shield, all this good stuff on the way through right away. Going to really buff up this bio army and really try and set us into a nice strong position as we can look to move out onto the map and see what we might be able to find. Extended thermal lines coming up, +1 attack coming in. Sentry and the Colossus coming over as well. And Bio coming straight across, getting a couple siege tanks along with the Bio Force. I can see a few Stalkers getting warped in right now. The +1 attack about to finish, and again, a few Zealots warping in as well as we just get into position. But the Colossus here is going to make it tough for ByuN to really take a fight. Tanks do siege already though, so preemptive siege is good. Gonna need to be sieged up against the Colossus, no doubt. So yeah, just needs to be not caught out of position. Tries to relocate. I love the medevac boosting the tanks over to try and take position there, but it's only gonna get one shot off that first siege tank before it goes down. The second tank is well placed. Question now of whether or not that's going to be good enough to kind of maintain this position and to keep on fighting. ByuN is doing okay, but there's just not enough damage onto the Colossus. Like, the Colossus are taking no damage at all, and as long as they are surviving in the back, you are not really winning this fight as ByuN. The Colossus will do too much over time. You need to either negate them in some way, push them away, force them to pull back, or actually get them to take damage and threaten them and kill them. Doing neither really puts you in this position where this trade will always just end badly for you, because eventually the Colossus will do enough damage, and eventually the Colossus will then just break through on their own accord and trade extremely efficiently. As they Bio getting rid of a few zealots here. Does Hero step too far across the map? Again, this is where the Colossus are just huge, and you can see them target flying right into the middle of the Bio, getting maximum splash damage off. Getting so much done. ByuN is only just now building a third base on location, which is going to suggest that he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here, because that third command center is not exactly looking as though it's going to have much of a chance to finish up at all. That looks pretty dire, as things in general are here just looking pretty dire, as we're going to be seeing game number 1 going the way of Hero. ByuN all going wrong with that last attack, the 2-tank push, with the Colossus just kind of sitting there and doing so much throughout it. Just going to be a step in the wrong direction. And that gives Hero the edge that he needs to take a 1-0 lead in a lengthy best-of-9 that's hopefully still coming ahead of us. But yeah, Hero is going to be the first to strike. Alright, we're going to be hopefully jumping into Game 2 in a moment. I'm just in the party and stuff, so we're just chilling. And I don't have to do anything. It's so nice, tournaments that aren't mine, just sitting here and letting them just do their own thing. Crazy. And I hope everyone's doing well today. Happy Friday to you all, the beginning of the weekend. I say, what a lovely addition to our Friday with some ByuN Hero best of 9 action. Love to see something just a little bit extra coming through. Really, yeah, a little bit surprising. Obviously, really came out of nowhere as well. So, I literally just woke up and this was a thing, you know? So, super happy to get this going. And, yeah. Shout out to Inu, who's always casting our own events. You might hear his name a lot because I actually steal his camera a lot of the time when I don't do the observing myself. Inu is one of the best cameramen in StarCraft 2. So, yeah, he's very, very good at the observing side of things. I'm almost always just going to try and jump on his camera. And, yeah, he organizes his own things. He used to organize a lot of stuff with Alpha X, I believe. So we never really casted a lot of the Inu stuff in the past. We do, like, replays and things more than anything else. But, yeah. Actually getting into the, actually getting into one of his tournaments here. Very fun. Waiting for everyone to join us. Take a moment or so. We'll kick this off into Ultra Love for our second map of this best of 9. And get this going. Do 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 do. Ready? Go, 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 go. 3, 2, 1. And we count down into this. So, we're going to head into Ultra Love. We'll get this underway. And again, thank you so much for joining us, guys. It's such a beautiful day outside as well here in the UK. It's not super common we get nice days, so the sun is shining, the StarCraft is on. Feeling good as we get into Ultra Love for game number 2 of this series. So we're casting a best of 9 as well. It's quite a lengthy series of best of 9, right? We don't usually do them. It's very rare you have a best of 9. I think EWC Finals last year is one of the few official best of 9s in bigger tournaments we've ever had. Obviously, this is just a show match. I guess it's more common to have them as a show match, but even then, best of 9, like 9 maps is a long series. Ain't nothing wrong with long games, though, especially when it's between 2 awesome players. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player is... Well, I've gone away from him. I don't even want to look at him, apparently. It's Hero in the bottom left-hand corner. Well, on the top right-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN. Game 2 of the best of 9. The hero with that 1-0 lead. What's up, Bernard, in the YouTube chat, spamming them Wardy Ellies. Love to see it. He's a bad girl this morning. She's in trouble, so she's not gonna be partaking on the stream today because she's off sulking because she's in trouble. So maybe later. Get engineering bay coming up. Gonna be seeing the barracks and the SCV coming through. We get this all settled down into play. Just gonna be having the probe coming up and online as well. Just gonna come through and nipple at that SCV. So some more damage being dealt for a few moments. Yeah, so far kind of just, you know, as expected, just early game setup. Again, the engineering bay block from ByuN is something he's done a couple games in a row now. As this SCV also blocks the probe from just taking the third nexus location, so puts it down to the bottom side instead. So here, really taking his final possible choice of early expansion. And yeah, I think just laughing about the fact that ByuN managed to slip that in there, and Hero did not notice that the blockage was coming through. It's supposed to be working, but now you don't really feel like it anymore. Yeah, that's always the the problem with StarCraft, isn't it? StarCraft comes on, it's just like, hey, how about we just watch StarCraft instead? You know, I was gonna start like an hour later today and be a little bit productive and get some stuff done and do some chores around the house and stuff. And then I was like, oh, best of 9 of 3, best of 9, ByuN versus Hero. Oh, what a shame! I'm gonna have to start at my usual starting time. Shock, horror. People hanging about. Adept is gonna come through. Just gonna see the Stalker and the Twilight coming online for the moment, so we get that all underway. Warp gate coming up as we speak. So just a little bit of getting settled here for a few moments. As yeah, the couple of barracks coming through, the command center coming online. Marines in production. And that Stalker just going to be chasing the Reaper down a little bit. Dev going to ping about. Twilight Council coming through. Going to be having those couple of Marines setting up as well at the moment. Orbital command coming online, and again the barracks also coming into play just for the moment here. As the couple of Marines continue to produce. A few of those Marines come popping along. Just going to move up toward the high ground. Again, Blink on the way, Warp Gate on the way. It's impact building at the moment as well. And that Adept still swinging. Stalker chasing, Reaper getting pushed about. Best of 9 grand final already? No, just a show match, yeah. Literally just a show match. There's no strings attached, it's just one series, best of 9. Bit of fun on a Friday night in Korea. And he was good friends with these guys as well, from what I can tell. I think he was a very well-connected Korean caster. Like, all the players seem to respect him, slash have good ties to him. Like, anytime Inu's there, they're always chatting, you know. There's never, like, a quiet lobby when Inu's around. So, yeah, he runs into the clan, which was like a clan back in the day as well from Korea, which was like a collection of players and stuff, and how, you know, there was a little community there as well. So I think just gets a lot of the players from that still kind of has good ties with them and so on. So very cool to see. Something I'm just not really that educated in, but just know kind of the fringe kind of bit of information about. But it's very cool to hear about and to see him, like I say, always being able to chat with everybody and seemingly bringing a good vibe from what I can tell as well, you know. So got some cool stuff. Stalkers in the sentry. Gonna activate up here and chase a few Marines down. The Marauders leading the charge away as they try to make their escape. One Marines jump into the bunker. As the Stalkers in the sentry go the other direction, just going to be seeing them chase back down the bottom side. Charge coming up next, and the Forge coming online. Marine Marauder +1 attack coming through. Add a factory on into that as well. And see where the next stage of this game is going to be, as the pressure of Hero doesn't really land too much success. Resource, well, I take that back actually. He's killed 8 Marines. I didn't realize there was quite such a sizable number. Bunker will fall. The bio still coming through. Just going to have ourselves the concussive shells and the +1 attack upgrade coming about as well here for the moment. So all of that continues to come into play. And just having ourselves the, again, +1 attack charge coming up for the moment. And that all settled. Now it's up Chemo in the YouTube chat as well. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Stalker's going to start fighting. A little bit of Bio going to be taking some shots. We go back and forth. See those Stalkers blinking away for now. So just going to get out of there. And +1 attack coming through. Marauders coming up. Medivac's on the way. Reacting the CC coming through as well. Let's just have that Robo facility also continue to produce on through for the moment. Our Stalkers will fight. A couple of Marines take some damage. And yeah, we're just going to still see ByuN wandering around with that little bit of Bio, trying to get across the map. Like I say, Hero did a good job with the Stalkers early. Let's see what more you can get already. Continue to make pickoffs here, and just making pickoffs like this so frustrating because you're just losing so much as the Terran player. It feels so bad. But you can't really do anything else about it, right? The Stalkers are able to just continue to kind of hit you and chip away at that army and just make this such a difficult proposition in terms of moving through from this. Definitely makes your life that much more challenging as the Stalkers now get around the other side of the bio, and the Fusels are going to get involved as well. And does ByuN really want to be here? It wasn't too bad for him so far. Naturally, the force fields are coming down to allow Hero to kind of step away from this, but ByuN will continue to move through. The other Zealots went the other way around the bridge, and they eventually showed up, but maybe a little bit too late. So a bit of a better moment actually from ByuN as things go in his favor for a few moments. Definitely helping the rest of the bio gathering back up. Couple of mines just joining through. That bio's still going to be sitting there. The medivac's there too. And Stalker's just going to go diving in. Just going to be having ourselves again the armor upgrade coming through from ByuN as well. That would help eventually. Right now it's equal upgrades though. Force fields allowing Hero to kind of pick and choose his fight a bit more easily, but ByuN hiding around the back of the CC and just saying, no, I'm in pretty good control here, keeping those Zealots back, stopping them from just diving on top of him super easily or anything along those lines. So far, so good. The bio is going to keep moving around. Stalkers keep coming over as well. By coming through, Stalkers taking a bit more damage as well. Just going to have Zealots going to once again dive in just on their own accord though. Got to be careful not to lose too many of those, right? Because that is asking for kind of like a big catch, and that would be huge. So let's just chill. The Stalkers are going to make their dive around once again. A couple of Zealots is going to charge through again. It's going to come straight through. The bio will continue to fight. A couple of Zealots going down. Okay, we're going to drop. Ghost is also just going to get grabbed there. So that is going to be getting picked. Stalkers coming through. SCV's going down. +3 attack, +1 armor coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the Dark Shrine coming through as well. Big dive in. A couple of Stalkers going to actually get on top of the medivacs there for a moment. Nice to get rid of some of those. Obviously, knocking down that medivac count's one of those things which helps Protoss players so much throughout the course of a game. Having to rebuild medivacs instead of like getting into a Viking count can be such a huge factor. Bio reinforcements showing up, and ByuN is desperate for them. Stalker's going to get rid of one more Marauder. Again, +3 and +1 still coming through. The extra gates in the Dark Shrine coming up as well. I can sit there. A couple of Colossus still whacking away. Colossus Fire coming out by the ByuNs taking damage. Yeah, that Dark Shrine about to finish up. Extra gates coming through as well. Just for the moment. Let's see, those Colossus really are just continuing to swing away. You know, ByuN was in an okay supply position like 1 minute ago, but again, it's just the fact that he just doesn't get an answer to the Colossus up and online. Without an answer to those Colossus, it's so very difficult to stay in these games and stay in these situations. Like, you just can't really get away with it. The Colossus just do so much, it adds up so quickly. Such a huge deal. It's going to be GG's, and that's going to be our first 2 games of the day going the way of Hero. I do feel like Hero has been a pretty hefty favorite against ByuN lately, so not too surprising, to be honest, starting off. But we'll see if anything can switch around as we'll get into our game number 3 in a few moments. It's going to be going to Torches, so maybe some of the weirder maps start coming up here as well. Could also be kind of a factor. As yeah, ByuN just not able to, again, work through the Colossus at all, not able to have a response to those in time. Hero playing some solid StarCraft 2 so far, has just been so solid, especially in PvT. His PvT's been really, really good lately, so it's a challenging series for ByuN, no doubt. Challenging series. Alright, we are just waiting for our players to get us started off. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. Countdown should be good in just a second, guys. We'll get this all underway. Alright, let's go into Torches, guys. Not much else to add apart from seeing where we go. Let's go, go, go. Again, game number 3 of this series as we have ourselves in the bottom right-hand side with the 2-0 lead. Our blue Protoss player is Hero. In the top right, our red Terran player will be ByuN. Come on, ByuN. Let's have a game, shall we? Man, I love that finals he played against Max Bags a couple of weeks ago in the WardiTV Mondays, where I was just like, it clearly wasn't working for him, and he's just like, you know what if I just do the big 2-base shoves and just really punish you? That was like some classic ByuN where it was just like, you know what, I see my weakness and I see my strength, and he really just dug deep on his strength, so see if you can find something here against Hero. 3-Rex is worse than the current meta with all the sentry openings. 3-Rex is one of those builds where if the pro has the slightest idea about it, they just play very safe, right? It's very difficult to really break through with 3-Rex, and yeah, because sentries are so good nowadays, there's just more force fields available to kind of lock you down ramps and so on, or split your army in half and so on as well, so yeah. Alright, little probie coming across the map. Let's see if he just comes out. Probe will be chased around for a few moments. And just get a nibble off on CC coming down. Slightly out of position, we'll just have to lift off and relocate a little bit further down the line, I'm sure. As again, the Reaper continuing up as well. Cybercore coming through currently. Adept on the way. Probe and Assimilator coming up as well. All of that coming through for these early stages. I love that comment in the YouTube chat, actually. Colossus are a jarring unit. Sometimes they look crap, but sometimes they look OP. They really are a timing/game state unit. Yes. It's actually incredible what you can do if a few Colossus just get to stay alive for a few moments, right? Like, Colossus in the background can just do so much. But if you don't have the protection, like they're actually, it's funny because like I don't know if they really are a well-designed unit, but like it kind of makes sense that they are kind of low-key terrible if they're just on their own. But with the proper support, they're very strong, right? Like there's this kind of like there's no in between where Colossus is just kind of like okay, and then maybe that isn't good design, but I feel like it is good design because there's a weakness to Colossus. You can't just leave a Colossus as a defense, apart from against like maybe an 8 Marine drop or something, right? So Colossus needs everything else to work. And obviously a lot of people try to get to Colossus quickly, which is a lot of the time why Colossus look bad. Because when you try to get to Colossus quickly, you're playing quite greedily. And then you die because you're on 1 or 2 Colossus and you don't have enough stuff to really support them, and they just don't really do their thing. So Colossus really, yeah, I love what you said about it being kind of a game state unit. It really tells you where the game is at, because if you're being too greedy and you get caught off guard, your Colossus ain't going to do much. If you're being pretty safe and you get to Colossus very comfortably, god, they're probably going to be pretty darn good. I love that way of thinking about them. It's great to see how much use the Colossus are getting lately. Like, recently they've been so freaking good. They've been able to do so much good for themselves. They've really taken a massive step forward in the PvT meta. I mean, they've always been part of the PvT meta, but lately, the 2 to 3 Colossus and just kind of timings and just being present on the map has been such a difficulty for the Terran players to handle. Like no Terran player has really been super confident about, like, you know, the couple Colossus pushing and starting to apply pressure and so on yet. Raven on the way. Siege tank is produced and we get a couple of Marines coming out, so an idea of where ByuN is going to. We'll see what the Raven can be used for. Obviously a lot of utility on that, whether you Matrix a big unit or if you anti-arm missile a group of Zealots and open the way. I feel like TOS have been better at sniping medevacs. Yes, that is absolutely a main factor. As I already mentioned in the last game, I was like, well, that medevac's easily snipeable, so it's like, oh, there's the blink forward for the medevacs. That's been so much more of a factor over the last 6 months. I think I said this in a cast recently as well, where I was like, I just really feel like one of the big things is the Protoss player are getting rid of medevacs. And yes, obviously you get rid of medevacs, you need medevacs as the Terran, but then you can't build Vikings as easily. So much priority has gone on to sniping medevacs, and the difference that makes in the Terran's ability to prepare for the higher Colossus count is extremely rough. So yeah, it's been kind of interesting to see the development in the meta, which looks very similar to what we've seen forever in PvT in a way, but is playing out extremely differently. Extra Stalkers come through. Thank you, SCT. How you doing? For the 68-month resub. Damn. Coming up to 6 years. Crazy. Stalker's going to blink onto that siege tank. The Raven did not want to do anything straight away. I mean, enough Marines here to put some damage out and to punish the jump onto the siege tank, but the blink's coming down. The Prism Micro. And ByuN, is he actually in just a little bit of trouble here? New tank showing up. Tank on the high ground. He's going to be fine. The first tank going down is a little bit of a shame, but his resources lost is alright. He's actually been able to trade back pretty reasonably there. Hero making the most of those Blink Stalkers. But like I say, it's not going to be lasting forever. So just trying to get the Raven, just trying to get a few shots off. People are just going to be taking a few more shots, a few more hits coming through. Bunker's going to be fighting with those few Marines. Again, people just taking a little bit more damage. Immortal still popping online. Charge is coming up. Stimpack, Marauder, SCVs, and so coming into play currently. I'm going to call down a supply on that depot over there. Again, the +1, the charge still coming through. The Immortal and the gateways coming online. These Stalkers actually going to come blinking across. They're going to jump into this mineral line, but they honestly take quite a bit of damage as well, right? So again, not exactly free. We're going to lose every Stalker there, so here are actually bleeding out units this game. I wonder if that gives ByuN some opportunities. He hits his bio upgrades. Losing a lot of these Stalkers definitely feels like it should open a door, because you can get across the map much more easily than usual. Resources lost is like 1,000 different, which at this point of the game, to be this early in the game and have that be the kind of the difference, is obviously a pretty huge deal. Tanks coming over, Stalkers being chased. Again, the +1 combat shields and concussive shells all continuing up as well. GSL's just going to show up, just going to move in, just going to jump onto that tech lab, and actually deny combat shield. So hey, good use of the prism. Usually you don't see that prism finding much at this sort of point. Once some stalkers are down, at least not for a while. But hey, we actually cancel combat shield, and that's a big deal because ByuN's obviously reliant on this attack across the map doing as much as possible. Taking a bunch of HP out of this army makes it a much more possible defense than it was before. First Immortal gets absolutely melted though, and if ByuN just ignores that hallucinated Colossus, this should be a fine fight. We are going to see some Zealots dropping on top of the tanks, but even they are surviving for quite a long time. Immortals in the background are just going to get blasted, and this is not going to be working out for Hero. He did not trade well enough with those Stalkers with his attack across the map, and ByuN is going to be able to maintain position right here at the front. Now, he hasn't broken completely through just yet. A couple of Immortals lift back into the Prism as they're going to maybe try and go around and snipe down the siege tanks from behind. The Robo feels exposed there, but oh my god, the Immortal gets denied immediately as it comes through. We kite back into the tanks for the Zealots. The tanks are still alive. Like, the complete inability to deny those siege tanks is massive. And that's the Stalkers obviously just not being in good numbers too. If you could blink in and get rid of a couple of those tanks much more cleanly, potentially a very different game. As we do get rid of one, it's still only the one though. The other siege tank's still right there and still looking great. As I think ByuN has indeed done enough to fight back into Game 3 of this best of 9 and to take a map onto his side and to get one on the board. So ByuN going to bring him back by a map. See a bunch of probes are going to start pulling in. And obviously that really should signify that defeat is on the table for Hero, who does not exactly have a huge economy to be sacrificing so many workers. ByuN is on a third CC of his own now. Workers mining from that location. And yeah, Hero is really kind of on his last legs as the army of ByuN continues to come about. Just going to see the Stalker still coming through. A couple of those Widow Mines continue to get tapped. And +2 attack coming on the line. The Zealots and a Dark Shrine coming up as well. He gets warped in, and we will just have a couple of the Zealots coming about as well. +2 attack coming online. So just going to sit there. Zealots in the DT making their way down across toward the upper right. Stalker's going to try and blink underneath, and they will get one medevac already. Now the Bio going to come back the other way. Zealot Stalker's still taking some hits. And got those 2-2 upgrades coming about right here. The +2 attack, the Dark Shadow Stride, all being brought in. There's going to be a pylon getting grabbed there as well. I'm just going to be seeing the rest of this Bio coming over. It's all going down. The rest of the probes taking damage just for now. Let's see the Sentry popping that Guardian Shield up and coming across as well. Trying to play the saving grace, but there's no reality why you save this one as Hero. This is going to be GG's. ByuN is going to take a map, and we get up to a 2-1 scoreline. Obviously still in Hero's favor, but ByuN bringing it back by a game at least is something of a little bit of positivity. So a little bit of a bonus there as we get ready for Tokamak for map number 4. Hero getting a map pick now. I think the first map was predetermined as being ley lines, and then they're just doing loser map picks. So yeah, just picking maps as we go, basically. Alright, game number 4 should be just a couple of moments here, guys. Give it a second. And we should be able to, like I say, just kick this off. 3, 2, 1. Countdown is good. And then we can get into the real countdown. And he always does this, like 3. He spams like 3s, then 2s, then 1s before he starts the countdown himself. I think he's just giving people like a final chance to join the lobby and stuff, but it's literally me and him in this lobby and then ByuN and Hero as well today, so maybe a final chance for players to complain that they're not actually ready, or last second to back out of being ready for this next map or something. Anyway, let's head into this next game. This is going to be our blue Protoss player. In the bottom left corner of the map, it is going to be Hero. Taking on the red Terran in the top right-hand side. We are going to have ourselves a ByuN. Oh, nice to see ByuN bringing it back by a map. Again, the early game just wasn't really quite there for Hero. The push was good from ByuN, and Hero consistently trying to get rid of the siege tanks only to fail for an extended period. That's like when the Terran tries to kill a Colossus, right? It's the same idea. If you try and dive the Colossus and the Colossus just about lives and gets to fire for that amount of time, the Terran's going to lose the fight. So it's the exact same thing with the Siege tank, so... Great comparison from the TVP to the PVT side. As we get our probe continue to come about, the gateway and the assimilator coming through as well. Probe will get up to that high ground, hit the SCV for a few moments, force the other SCV to come off the line, and action in the early game as worker wars have begun. No engineering bay block here from ByuN. He has been pretty fond of doing that in the games earlier, so noteworthy that he will not go for it here on Tokamak. Instead, just stick back at home with his SCV, and I believe no scout at all from ByuN, if I'm not mistaken, so just going to play it blind for the early moments and play a little bit on the greedier side of things now for this game. So mixing it up, switching it up here so far. As he comes over, probe will take a few nibbles. Again, Cybercore still coming online. The barracks is coming through as well. Orbital command and the marine on the way up currently as the probe gets turned back away. Another marine on the way out, and again our Nexus and the Cybercore coming up as well. Orbital command will be about to finish. The marine coming over. Factory on the way up, just getting that started in the main base. Marine gonna chill on the edge here and just keep an eye on anything that might be coming his way. Try and catch anything that steps on through, makes a move, or anything along those lines. Okay, coming up. Stalker is on the way. We out on Nexus. Very safe from ByuN as well because he's going for the in-base expansion, right? So not going to put his expansion down on the low ground just yet. Factory drops in a tech lab. I'm just going to get that on the go. Starport coming through. Command center on the way. A couple of marines on the way. And all of that ready. Here, really sticking to the Twilight Council. Obviously, in best of 9, you think he might mix it up a little bit through the series and still plenty of time to do so, but yeah, it's continuing to open up the Twilight in these games right now, not showing us any sort of Stargate or any of the signs of anything else just yet. I could say very much so just sticking with this for the moment as the Medevac, Cyclone, and Marines continue through. Hallucination coming across the map. Gonna be heading towards the upper right hand side. We'll try and see what's going on. And a few marines there just gonna hit the hallucination as well. So hallucination gets pushed back the other way. Medevac popping through on the side of ByuN. Blink continues to build. Cyclone still trying to take some steps forward. Just see those marines all continue to gather up right now. And still building up. Blink on the way. Next coming through and online. Hallucination is very much so still just on its way around, so again trying to see what else is going on. Hallucination will die off, the Medevac pulling back. With the Cyclone out, obviously Cyclone Marines together can sometimes get a bit of a push going, but you gotta be so careful of that Blink finishing because Blink will obviously kind of completely deny the Cyclone for sure. You can just blink forward into the Cyclone, it just dies very quickly. There's not really anything gained there, so yeah. Reasons for ByuN to be concerned and to not be super aggressive right now. He doesn't really try and push the issue at all. Now that Blink's about to finish up here. Still got the Twilight Forge and the Gateway coming online. The Nexus is coming through too. So again, just little bits of everything. This definitely feels like a big setup kind of game, right? From the previous games where there's been a lot more units lost by this point. Cyclone will just die. There's just no way it gets out from this corner. Stalkers don't even reveal that Blink yet, just in case. So there's something to be hidden there, maybe. So, yeah, Cyclone goes down. That's the first blood of the game here, the 5-minute marker. So, like I say, just very passive. A lot of sitting back, a little bit greedy from ByuN with no Scout, no Reaper in the early stages. And just going straight into what was Marine Cyclone. Obviously, now the Cyclone dead. So, now has a good Marine count for the Stimpack finishing. But will also be fairly reliant on the Siege Tank to try and help him hold position a little bit. A bit of splash on those Stalkers can deter them from blinking in. If you do blink in, the Marines should be ready to stim and immediately try and capitalize on that and get some damage done in return. As the Stalkers might try and go into the main base. I'm just going to clip a Marine down and blink backwards. So just looking for opportunity. I think ByuN's defense is genuinely quite good. And because of that, Hero is respecting this. He's not trying to push the issue any further than it needs to be for now. Dark Shrine building. Gateway's coming online. On the charge coming through, but we'll just hit a few of those Stalkers as well. A few hits coming inbound, and Dark Shrine, Gateway is all coming through for the moment. Got the medevac boosting through the bottom side of the map as well. Still gathering there, the couple of Stalkers coming back the other way. We'll have ourselves the few shots continue to come about. And we've seen the Marines trying to fight, a couple of those probes in some trouble, Dark Shrine coming online as well. Heroic is going down. I like ByuN's little setup of the tanks, but Hero does have a lot of Zealots, and obviously Zealots do not care much about tank fire compared to everything else in this army, so there might just be a chance for Hero just to kind of pull the trigger and just attack straight into this. Apparently he's going to go for it right now. ByuN's... it's weird because in a way ByuN wants the tanks to take a lot of the damage to the ByuN and stay healthy enough to actually get rid of the Zealots. And that will kind of happen in the end here. So the tanks go down, Bio fights back, but just as he does that, the next round of Zealots is warped and ready to go, and that's where you just can't really keep going as ByuN. This is the moment in the game where you want to step away from continued siege tank production and kind of move in toward the Widow Mines and so on instead. It's just time to kind of mix it up there. Right now being chased down by this additional group of Zealots, and they just keep on coming. This army is going to be... yeah, I mean, ByuN is still kind of fighting it off, right? It's definitely Widow Mine time, though. If you can get some Widow Mines in, because right now his biggest issue is just those Zealots. They're coming forwards. He does not have an easy or quick way to move through the Zealots. So yeah, a few mines could go a long way there for sure. Definitely something to think on. Well, DT's going to shift in as well. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you don't see Hero kind of taking to any other tech, so his gas has to go somewhere, right? Especially as he's just warping in wave after wave of Dark Templar. In this case, it's wave after wave of Zealots, and in this case, the tech and gas is going to go into the Dark Templar. So the DTs show up, they get a few swipes. Pretty well handled by ByuN, honestly. This could have been a whole lot worse than what it was. Going to lose a couple more SCVs here, but the turret is good. Might need to drop the scan just to guarantee we get rid of it. Nope, not even needed. So it's just going to be the shutdown there, and that is going to be that. As we do cancel that base out on location, though. So that building third base gets cancelled. That is going to slow ByuN that little bit, then. It's going to be his biggest challenge for the moment. Hey, what's up, Parabytes? Thank you so much for the 73-month resub. Welcome back. Hello, hello. How you doing? Thank you so much for 73 months of support. Appreciate it. Comes down, chasing those Zealots. Actually going to force those Zealots to go the other way. The Zealots do go the other way. The DT coming back in as well. It's going to see the Bio still chasing. 2-2 upgrades coming about for the moment. DT's going to get back onto this depot. Now the Zealots are going to show up as well. The Zealots already going down. Just going to have everything else still gathering. The Zealots continue to fall. The Zealots actually dropping overall. DT's still kind of pushing through, which is going to force ByuN to always have scans, and the DT harass on the other side definitely becoming a problem. The CC needs to be saved. You cannot lose your third CC again. I think ByuN is not in the best of positions, but it's somewhat playable if this base is alive, especially. If he has to cancel this, this is just absolutely brutal. It's going to be a cancel, isn't it? Oh, no. Third base is going to go down, and... well... now you're a 2-base Terran player, and you know what that means? That means that you don't really have to do anything else. Here is the, yeah, you don't really have to do much else here as the pros. You don't have to keep on pressing the issue. The Terran's on 2 bases, you're taking yourself up to 5. Now it's just a case of letting the Terran player attack into you. That scan did not even quite grab the Dark Templar, so another little win here on the side of Hero, as it does just seem as though everything goes in his favor at the moment in this game number 4. And this best of 9 in general, it's been kind of all about Hero, right? It's been very much so in his favor up until now. ByuN will fly the fuse out, trying to charge forward. The Stalkers are there too. And we've seen a little bit of a dive through from the Bioforce as we come straight on in. Those Stalkers do get chased away, they do get pushed back. Again, just see the DT swiping through for a couple of Widow Mines in the background as well. Prism warping in a chunk of units over here also. Just continue to go one way then the other as Liberator will fly it. And the Colossus on the way out as well. So Hero's even getting a tech up, which is going to be very difficult for ByuN to handle. I think it was going to be a very difficult game for ByuN anyway, but it's definitely not getting any easier for him now. With Colossus on the way through, this Bio Army's already hurt as well. So many health bars, not quite at full HP. I mean, it's just a very difficult game to play from this point. We're pulling the SCVs, the one last-ditched effort of an attack. Army supplies are even, but because ByuN has to sort of recklessly attack in no matter what, there's not time to kind of make a proper kind of engagement here. And with Warpins continuing, Hero should be absolutely fine against this. This will take a bit of a mess up to lose this one, I imagine. Bio pulling back, a lot of those Zords taking damage. Colossus will continue to flare through, so again, just hitting up a lot of that Bio. 23 SCVs already dead. ByuN doesn't even get to attack into Hero. Hero kind of attacks into him. That's how far ahead Hero is at this point in time. Just to really kind of send the message home. And that is going to be GG's as Hero will take himself to 3-1 lead. Colossus just showing up, looking very powerful as per usual. When the Terran is not prepared. And yeah, he was just stacking those Colossus, waiting for that moment, waiting for that opportunity for ByuN to show up and be like, okay, you know, you're all in because you got knocked down to 2 bases, and you're all in into 4 Colossus that just, you know, you're never going to have a chance against, so... yeah. Alrighty, guys, couple of moments. We should be able to dive ourselves into a next map. We've been pretty quick at just getting these started, so I don't imagine that's going to be changing too much. It'll be map number 5 coming through as Hero leads 3-1 in this series. Definitely pretty dominant stuff so far from him. Eon Blue, thank you so much, mate, for the 11-month resub. Big fan. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much for the 11. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you. Alright, just setting some ads off, like I say, waiting for the... I mean, ByuN has the map pick, so we wait for him to pick that map, and then we can go from there and figure this out. Big fan here as well. Incredible. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We just discussed the maps that have been played, so we're just figuring out which maps are remaining. Pylon going to be the pick of ByuN. A lot of these maps seem to be not picked a lot still, the new ones. Have not been picked too much just yet. Do 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 do. Bum bada bum bada bum bada bum bum. Alright, ByuN and Hero in the lobby, so we should be good to go in just a few moments, guys. Thanks for your patience between games. It just takes a few moments. Especially when the players forget what maps are still available. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, we're going to head into Pylon. I'm going to get this going. It's going to map number 5. You know, it's so weird, but like because it's like a best of I don't usually do. I'm struggling to think of what map number it is based on the current score. I don't know why this is turned out to be such a challenge for me, but it truly is apparently. In the bottom right side, our blue Protoss player. This is Hero. And in the top left, really needing to try and draw it back again, it is ByuN. As the map loss puts him that much further out of reach of this series. Definitely has been a series where Hero has come in and said, hey look, you know, I'm definitely the player to be beaten here. Definitely the stronger PvTer. So yeah, what's up Robin Lee T? Thank you so much for the Prime sub on the Twitch channel. Super appreciate it. Right on cue because it's sellout time. Bam, bada, bam. Not a major sellout though, just some quick mention. Obviously, if you're on the YouTube channel and enjoying the day, do hit that like and subscribe button. Helps us out massively. Obviously, if you're on Twitch, you can follow for the same effect. And if you've got a Prime sub ever sitting around like Robin did, you can hit us up with that Prime as well. Helps us out massively. Helps us to keep on running our own StarCraft 2 content as well as casting every day for your entertainment. So do check that out. Appreciate it if you do. Pros is going to come by, nibble at the engineering bay for a couple of moments. A little bit of work being done already. Pros nibbling. SCV coming about. We'll get ourselves this cancel engineering base. ByuN's been pretty consistent about doing that. Has been getting to the point of denying it a little bit lately. And factory about to finish up. Reactor coming through. SCV still on the way in. The Nexus and the Adept coming online as well. So we continue to bring all of that into play. Just for the moment as the Adept continues to come out and about. Onto the map, so the Adept going to go chasing on forward. Every day there's in a sub, Wardy says he yells at Ellie. It's a sub. Yes. Danny, Ellie's been a bad girl this morning, so she's in trouble. The dog is in the doghouse. Adept going to whack the Hellion. He's just going to be seeing the Marine and the Hellion together. Just going to go back the other way. Adept just chasing this out. Again, a couple more Hellions coming up. Sentry popping soon. Next is on the way. The Adept and Hellion have one final exchange, and the Hellion will pop down dead. So, Hellion dead, Adept dead. That's our early game setup. Is just see the Twilight Council coming on through. Hero's still sticking to that Twilight Council opener here so far. Get to really tear himself away from that concept up until now. Hellion moves into the center of the map, so again just stepping straight over here as the Hellions get down towards the bottom. Twilight Council about to finish, the gate's still coming online. A couple of those stalks continue to go whacking through as well, so they're going to hit the Hellions a little bit. The Hellions turn around and hit the natural again. I think ByuN should have just gone to the main base, because the main base there was very little chance of anything catching him, so you would have kept the Hellions alive a little bit longer. You get 6 probes here, which is, it's alright, but it's obviously nothing overly amazing. 6 workers is very much so just kind of fine when it comes to damage dealt. And Blink starting up as well. Gateway coming through. Bunker in the barracks on the way out. We have ourselves the Liberator and another siege tank as well. It's definitely some potential kind of follow up here. The medevac with the forward mines inside going to try and make a move. Stalks in position. Going to make it very difficult for the medevac to find a position to commit into. So that's just going to be pushed out to the bottom side now for a few moments instead. I'm just going to get held over there for now, so I'm put in position. Marine shooting the hallucination, taking shots. And that blink continues up for the moment. And a blink about to complete here is just going to get that finished up. Get rid of 3 SCVs. Nice little catch so far. And probes going down though as well, so ByuN also finding some success on the other side. And again, Stim coming about, +1 coming through. Again, just the +1 on the charge. Continue to come about. And Simpac Combat Shield and that +1 all still coming through. Just going to have ourselves the little bit Marine Marauder Medevac still coming out, so we might be able to get a push going very shortly. Focus going to be shooting. That's going to be seeing hallucination taking an opportunity to provide some vision here. Stalker's blinking in the back, the SCV's pull for a moment, but these Stalkers are genuinely in trouble, so this is going to be a nice catch from ByuN, able to remove some of those from the equation already. Nicely done. So it's going to fight a couple of Marines taking damage. It's going to be seeing the armor upgrade still coming through as well. Gates on the way through, Robo Facility coming up. Robo Facility halfway done there. Those 5 gates continuing through, +1 armor coming online. Stalker's going to get an SCV for the moment. And again, the rest of that bio army continuing across for now. Let's have ourselves the concussive shells coming up. Fire will push through, the few Stalkers coming around as well. You see a couple of those Widow Mine shots flying away. Stalkers coming in from the other side. A couple of the tanks continue to get hit. Fire pulling back over. Oh, the Widow Mine's going to get rid of so many probes. Pretty huge Widow Mine shots then. Stalker's shooting, a couple of bio units going down. We are going to be having the Liberator shooting up on the other side, so ByuN going to keep the harassment going. As the bio is actually going to chase these Stalkers, and this hero is hesitant because he's obviously busy dealing with the Liberator so for a moment. ByuN gets the jump on those Stalkers and will catch a good few of them because of it. So ByuN's multitasking, starting to get an edge ahead of hero here for the moment. Now Widow Mine's dropping into the natural. Going to be able to get a couple workers and potentially even get out of there alive as well still. And bio gathering around, the Prism coming over to the left side, the +2 attack on the Prism, speed coming online. Centering the Colossus continues up as well, so just bringing all of that through. Never mind, it's going to force the Stalkers to blink back away there immediately. It's just going to pull straight on out of there. Again, +2 attack and the Prism speed all coming up. Just going to have ourselves the Colossus coming about, a couple of Ghosts and the Marines coming over as well. And a couple of Widow Mines trying to hit those Stalkers. Not quite going to be able to land just yet. Man's going on Burrow. The Ghost and Viking still very much so on the way out as well, so that tech is increasing from ByuN. Getting into that better and better army composition. +2 attack, Stand Thermal Lance coming over, Dark Shrine Robo Facility coming online currently. Comes down into the center, just going to be seeing +2. The Thermal Lance again will continue in about here currently. And Access Robo, Dark Shrine, better everything coming up. The Vikings going to start fighting. The MP hits the sentries, so we can't do much more with those. No Guardian Shields available. Now we EMP the Colossus as well, so they're going to be quite vulnerable actually for the Vikings that try to eat through them. There's not a lot of Vikings, so it's important that those EMPs landed. Now the first Colossus falls and ByuN supply clearly looking as though it's going to be superior here. Coming straight through into the natural of Hero. The Robo facilities are right here as well. We got one Disruptor out, but the Robos will now be dead, so no more production out of those. And Hero's going to be stuck on basic gateway units to try and save himself from a Terran army that is 3 times the size of his own, and that's with the warp-in that just finished as well. So, not looking great. 22 probes already dead. Doubling supply for ByuN is going to see him through to the game 6, with actually a little bit more of a chance still on board. He is not going to let himself fall down and fall behind just yet. Zealots coming over. Just going to be seeing the Marine Marauder Medevac still coming up as well. Zealots in the Sentry. Only about to finish. And the CC moving over. Again, in a few of the SCVs going down. And with 11 workers falling, you're going to see those SCVs getting a little wrap around there. DT is going to be blasted. So that's 15 SCVs killed. Nice counterattacking from Hero in a game where ByuN definitely seemed as though he had the winning kind of moves. He might very much so still have the winning moves. Right, 15 SCVs only got put behind by a few. Very manageable for a Terran who has mules available. He still has a significant army supply lead as well. And because he killed the Robos, there's not a lot of tech available in this Protoss army either. This is still very much so just a Protoss army that's super reliant on Zealots. And basically only Zealots is what we're working with. Empire continues to kite back, and so far these Zealots have been pretty good. They are on +2 attack. Obviously, usually Zealots' attack upgrades don't matter super much. You'd rather look at the armor, which is only just +1. There's a few reinforcements from ByuN that might make this a little bit more in his favor to finally push this away. I mean, he's now going to come out 74 to 16 army supplies. The Hero gives up everything trying to attack through there. And yeah, the 2T upgrades continuing about. A couple Colossus on the way in, +3 attack upgrade coming in as well. Coming out around the bottom. Just going to be seeing the army setting up. Going to go attacking through. We've seen the bio. And continue to fight a few of those Zealots counterattacking and doing a nice job, but there's obviously clearly not enough here for Hero at all. A couple Colossus will actually pop from the new Robo facilities. They're actually going to let Hero... It's going to let Hero survive for a few more moments, so Hero will live on for now. Hero's so silly. How do you get to live after that? That's so funny. These Zealots should be dealt with very soon. Going to be seeing the EMPs coming down. A couple of those Stalkers as ByuN regathers. Gets a couple new Vikings on the way up as well. There is still sub 100 supply here and still is on a pretty weak army overall and not exactly a huge eco to build up this awesome kind of accompaniment to the Colossus just yet. He goes down. Stalker's taking some shots already. And +2 attack, about to finish up on the side of ByuN. Couple of ghosts, the Vikings, the Marauders continue to come through as well. I mean, the game settles a little bit, which is honestly not a bad thing for ByuN, because if it settles, he's just going to max out faster than Hero, and then he should be able to take a max fight versus an unmaxed army, which should be very convincingly in his favor. "90 army supply versus 15, he had to carry all the way back. It's so stupid." Well, ByuN was on worse upgrades, and he was on reinforcements that weren't there, whereas, so he was actually fighting with probably like 60 to 70 supply, with worse upgrades against 50. And the thing is, like, Zealots are designed to make you kite backwards. Like, that's what Zealots do. The thing is, if you have to kite all the way back against Zealots, that's fine, because then your opponent's just not really doing anything. So, like, is it silly? Not really, because ByuN's just dealing with those units the way they're meant to be dealt with. And it meant that ByuN came out at, what, like, you know, up like 60 army supply instead, so it's not like the fight went badly for him. The fight actually went very well for him still. Just because you have to kite back doesn't make it kind of stupid. You know, Hero's basically on Zealots and only Zealots. Now as ByuN's maxed out and Hero's got up to a couple Colossus, ByuN really can still just win this fight. He just needs to kind of get a jump on this army. Not get too distracted by the Zealot run buys as well. Hero's using those to try and really buy himself a load of time. What ByuN has been able to do is build into those Vikings, and that's huge, because now he's going to have a really solid Viking count. He get rid of the Colossus super quickly, and that will be massive, although he does eat some Disruptor shots, which is not ideal, but still going to be pretty one-sided in favor of ByuN, because at the end of the day, he's very much so still just in a lead from the earlier engagements. So, yes, ByuN's still very much so ahead, and that's shown in these fights as it's very one-sided at the moment. The Disruptor shot coming through. I see the Stalker Zealot making their way back around, the rest of the army coming over. And we've seen a couple of those SCVs begin to go down as well. The Stalkers keep on fighting. 14 SCVs going down so far, so again, some pretty reasonable damage dealt as Hero trying to make a last-ditch effort with his army across the map. I mean, ByuN has to pull back to deal with this, apparently. He could probably just fully commit to a base trade. I think he'd win a base trade scenario 9 times out of 10 here, no matter what. I think 9 times out of 10 is even being generous to Hero. Those Disruptors go down, this is why you pull back, because pulling back is just a convincing victory for you. And, yeah, ByuN is just going to be able to capitalize in full. And there we go, GG's. ByuN takes a game 5, and that means that we're 3-2 in this best of 9 series, as these two continue swinging back and forth at each other. ByuN getting some fightbacks. Alright. Hero's map pick, so he'll get to choose one of the remaining maps at the moment. Going into Persephone. Alright, counting down, getting this going. Thank you so much, Cuckoo Karus, for the 8-month resub on the Prime. So look at my Wardy Wax doll. Ay, ay, ay. You guys are into some weird things. Alright, let's get this going. In the top left-hand side, it is going to be our Blue Protoss player, Hero, still in the lead of this series, but obviously not as far ahead as he once was as we get that underway. Bottom left, our Red Terran player is ByuN. So, we get to a game 6. ByuN is a map away from tying us up. This best of 9's been pretty exciting, hasn't it? We really have gone back and forth a little bit. Some hectic games so far. As he comes down, he's going to go and throw down the CC. He's just going to put that straight into place. I'm just going to be seeing our sentry and the warp gate coming about here, so again, just getting ourselves set up. Sentry early is still going to go into the Twilight Council, so Twilight really has been the build of the day from Hero, has not really delved too far away from that at all. As hallucination pops up, going to start coming across the map. Hallucination coming through. Just going to be seeing the medevac popping by as well. And yeah, blinking the wall gate continuing up as well at the moment. Just bring that all online. Playing the Marines joining up. Factory's just going to lift off, move over to the side. Hallucination still moving through as well, just for now, so again, getting settled here for a couple of moments. And so medevac is going to start coming up the left. Hallucination sees it, so ByuN's initial attempt of going across the map gets figured out a little bit. He's just unloading the sentry. He's going to take a few nibbles. The force field coming down on the low ground. Going to be seeing the rest of those units continue to come about as well. So again, a couple of shots going through. Now going to see the Marines going to go after the Cyber Core, which if you're obviously looking to make a bunch of Blink Stalkers, losing the Cyber Core is not exactly ideal to say the least. So not an ideal situation at all right now. Blink still coming through, the Nexus coming online. Just gonna see there's a dev getting grabbed as well. I like what ByuN's been able to do so far. A little bit of pressuring. Just showing up with that medevac Marines and getting a little bit of value out early. And the racks in the engineering bay coming through. A couple of SCVs building. Siege tank on the way. Marine Marauder, Stimpak all coming about as well. Stalker's actually going to get into a little bit of a weird spot. The Marines are super close to them with the blink on cooldown for a second or two, so a lot of damage taken on the Stalkers. ByuN losing a couple of SCVs, but that's about it for now. Stimming the +1 continues through, and the hallucination still chilling out overhead. Charge on the +1 coming about. The gateway's coming through. The probe's on the way. Oh, what's up, Kalov? Thank you so much, buddy, for the resub coming in for 47 months. Cheers, Wardy. Hope the crowdfunding's going well. Yeah, we're getting there slowly but surely. The momentum's died down a little bit, but we've got a WardiTV tournament this weekend, which allows me to talk a bit more about selling out and the crowdfunding stuff as well. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more of a push going once more. And yeah, hope we can raise a little bit more money for the 2025 series. If you guys do want to check that out, crowdfunder is currently live at !2025 in the chat. You can find the Indiegogo link if you do so wish. Not much shield coming through, concussive shells and that +1 coming about as well. It's just seeing all of that coming in for the moment, so we get that underway. And a few Marines are going to stim across over to the sides. And just going to see the Stalker's actually going to get caught there for a couple of moments as well. More Marines coming in from the top side, also going to come on through. Hallucination hitting that medevac, and again a few shots already coming about right here. Just going to be seeing the medevac still getting pushed away. And the rest of the bio is still setting up back into the center of the map as well, so continue to, again, have ByuN being on the kind of aggressive side of things right now. Supply is looking pretty good for him, 70 to the 50. We're way off a Robobay and a Colossus, so we're way away from getting kind of any sort of support there. And as the Observer going to get grabbed as well, out of range of the scan, but the Raven right there, so an Ob's going down here with a little bit less info. Trying to pretend he's quite scary at the moment with that hallucinated Colossus in play. He does get a good jump on this army with the Zealots charging straight onto the siege tank. I think ByuN's got too much though, and as the Widow Mines burrow up as well, the Zealots do have to back away. ByuN is forced to step backward, but pretty fine for ByuN overall. I think it was still kind of a fine fight. I actually think if he realized it, he might have been able to chase a little bit there too, but obviously there's always that kind of a little bit of wavering confidence when you're playing against Hero, because you just know that Hero is, you know, at the end of the day, that freaking good. You know, you're always going to kind of have a little bit of second guessing in your mind as to how you're going to approach things and so on. Couple Vikings peel back over to the sides. Medevac's going to gather up one more time. Stalker's going to connect. A few shots coming out from those. And again, the +1 armor, extended thermal lance, etc. continue to come through. A couple of Zealots going to get straight into that mineral line, and SCVs are dropping as the Bio again just responsible, pulling back home in full to deal with those Zealots and just denying that. And now we can maybe step back onto the map. We're going to once again see the Stalkers trying to attempt in. A few more Zealots split away, but we're onto those immediately. And the Widow Mines are going to actually lay siege to a bunch of those Zealot hit points. So a lot of their health bars disappearing very swiftly and getting taken down pretty much straight away. Again, the buy on the Vikings gathering up. Just going to see the +2 attack upgrade coming online as well, so we continue to get that going. A few Zealots still down that bottom right-hand side. Marine, Marauder, Medevac, very much so coming through. Big drop into the main base. ByuN going to show up and kind of catch Hero a little bit unawares because there's a few Stalkers here, but clearly not enough. And this is going to be a lot of stuff in the main going down. I mean, the 2 Forges are in here as well. We do see 2 Colossus showing up as a defense. That actually might be a big part of defending against this. Zealots on the other side will get a few SCVs at the same time, so we are going to see a little bit of the multi-pronging taking place. 18 SCVs go down, so ByuN actually loses a lot more workers, but Hero Again, pretty rough on army supply, but killing workers like that is going to help him, because now he's going to be on an actual worker lead, and that's going to be what he needs to be at to really match the Terran player who's playing with the mules as well. So, yeah, that has been a good positive for Hero, no doubt. He's going to see the bio gathering back up underneath those Vikings, joining back together again. Fire shots going through. You're going to see the Colossus getting chased. The Vikings are going to give chase as well. Continue to hunt down. A couple more Colossus coming in. Good EMPs across the Zealots. The Sentry's getting EMP too. Guardian Shield's already up, but now you can't force field as much as you try to retreat away. So the opportunity to chase is really there for the Terran player. 3 Colossus are scary. You've got them on low HP, 2 of them, but if you don't finish those off, they're still going to be in the back just dishing out damage, and I think that's one of the big reasons ByuN decides to turn around and just get away from this, because he does not want to get too caught up chasing. But he knows that that can end very badly if you don't have the right tools. Nice Widow Mine actually hits the center of the Zealot, so again, that splash damage has been pretty consistent from ByuN. The mines have been able to hit very nicely throughout the game so far. And that seemingly is not changing at any point soon, as we do have the Armory coming up, the Engineering Bay. I didn't realize ByuN's going to be pretty behind on upgrades. He's currently down an entire set of upgrades. It's obviously not helping with the tankiness of these Zealots, right? Not only do they have armor, but you don't even have really your own armor as well, so then you're taking a bunch more damage. Yeah, it's a little bit rough as the armor upgrade comes through from ByuN. Next is about to finish. Extra Zealots warping in. Colossus and the +2 armor coming up as well. Vikings going to get rid of the prisms. The prism will go down. It's going to be the bio still there. A couple of Zealots taking damage. +2, +1 on the way out. The Vikings are going to regather. Again, bio still joining up. A few more Marauders coming about. At this point, Hero's going to be maxing out. ByuN is really struggling for SCVs. I actually think him being on 56 workers is where this becomes a challenge, as Hero's economy starts to look pretty darn monstrous, right? And that's definitely a thing to kind of keep in mind here. But that Hero economy is huge right now. 80 workers, 5 bases. This is kind of the point in the game where you just keep on expanding as the Protoss, and you just kind of put pressure on by just, you know, building bases. And the Terran player just can't keep up with the idea of how many bases they're going to have to deny to really, you know, be in with a shot of the game. Getting to this point where ByuN going to have to be very good about his later game fights, because value in these armies are going to be extremely important. If you do not trade well here as ByuN, you get outmined heavily. So he needs good engagements, he needs great EMPs, he needs to try and disable the Colossus as soon as possible, get the Vikings onto those and shut them down ASAP. Needs to really dodge disruptor shots as well. There's a lot of what you need to see these fights go your way here as ByuN. Stalkers gather up. And again, the three upgrades on the way, man. Upgrades have been such a huge factor. ByuN definitely been behind on those for a significant amount of time has given Hero a lot of better fights, and that's one of the things that Hero's just been getting away with a lot lately. Getting into those faster upgrades and really making the most of that has been very, very good for him. Lots of positives to be seen. See the +1 ship weapons coming out as well. That's going to start a hit. A few of the Stalkers have to blink away to the sides. 2-2 coming up. The Vikings are coming online. See extra barracks coming up as well, as you just see a couple extra Vikings still on the way. And continue to go back and forth at the moment. Oh, Colossus actually kind of in the back then. The Vikings going to get a jump, get rid of one very easily. And we're being chased down right now. We have to split from the Disruptor shot. That doesn't go too well, actually. The Disruptor shot hits big. And the Vikings decide to turn away. But we are going to get on top of this base as ByuN forces Hero far enough back to be able to grab this location. I mean, there's a lot of Disruptors still in play. The Vikings are going to recommit. They will get one more Colossus off the top of the screen. Hero supply dropping as ByuN is taking a much better set of fights right here. And one of the main parts of this was just pushing Hero away and kind of catching him off guard. I didn't see how much stack defense there was over there, but that's obviously a bit of an interesting idea. So much stack defense on that right side. ByuN currently just sitting in the healing shrine and getting some heals. Bring yourself back up to HP, why the hell not? Save some of that medevac energy. Medevac energy is a resource as these games get deeper, especially if you're rebuilding the Vikings. And you're fighting a lot of the time. Medevacs do run out of energy. It happens a fair amount. And 3-3 coming through. He's got ourselves the +3 armor coming up. Now we're actually going to see a little drop in the main base here from ByuN coming straight in. So fly straight through with that. Some Zealots on the bottom side going to get chased away. Now a bunch of these probes can get hunted around as well. It's a nice drop from ByuN, just catching Hero out of position. Getting some good damage done. And Hero's economy taking big hits. Obviously having lost a base. Losing some workers now. I was going to say, ByuN on this right-hand side has a base to get rid of here. We saw the static defense in position before. He didn't hit the EMP on the Nexus to get rid of the recall, but the recall comes in, the Colossus are just going to melt, so Hero recalls a lot of his tech units into their death. I mean, ByuN now trying to retreat away, needs to get away from the Disruptor shots. It's actually able to for the moment, hides in the corner, lifts up, boosts away in the medevacs. My goodness, an absolutely action-packed couple of moments there as ByuN is now back into the main base, and having put the recall on cooldown, it's definitely going to make this a little bit more challenging for his opponent, because now, with recall on cooldown, you can't just get back over to this main base super quickly. Going to warp in some DTs as the attempted answer to that. See our bio over on the right side coming back through as well. Hero's struggling because he's very spread out. This gold base is, I think, a base he should have given up on defending as soon as ByuN showed he wanted to attack into it and got through a lot of the stack defense. It's awkward though because he recalled over here, so he's already kind of in position to defend it. He's definitely getting pulled around a little. Now that said, ByuN actually drops down a lot of army supplies, so did ByuN get a little bit too reckless with these units? The Liberators might be his saving grace. They might save him from dying here while being down on army supply. They're the kind of units that can do just that. Disruptor shots initially here are nice though, and oh, ByuN doesn't have enough, does he? Those Liberators are falling quickly. The couple of Disruptors are going to wait, and ByuN's going to have to say GG. Man, just as it felt like ByuN was doing so much right, he lost too many units, giving Hero a dive through. I mean, I guess ByuN was just never really on a good base count either, so Hero able to get that denial and keep that denial going was kind of a big deal as well. I'm sad for ByuN. I really felt like he kind of had this one in his hands a little bit, but just wasn't able to make it happen. So it felt really good for ByuN, but he still had a distinct lack of economy. And so he was definitely needing to do stuff, and he obviously wasn't able to rebuild as comfortably as Hero was rebuilding because Hero just had so many bases. So yeah. Damn. A little bit of a rough game to lose because, like I say, it felt like the momentum was kind of there a little bit for ByuN at points of this. Into this next game in a moment. Alrighty, let's get into next game, guys. We're going to be jumping into Last Fantasy as we have the 3-player map to be potentially our last game of this series. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Hero. Taking on in the top 12 o'clock position, it is going to be ByuN, our red Terran player here. As we get this underway, and we get this all settled into action. So away we go, we get this started up, and away we go. Game 7 of this best of 9. Yeah, ByuN taking a couple of maps and putting up some good fights along the way as well. Has been making for a pretty good best of 9 series overall. There's definitely points to this where I was concerned. Hero got a 2-0 lead. I thought this was going to be a little bit tougher so. So yeah, fun stuff as we get ourselves moving. Just going to be seeing the CC coming about, Gateway coming over, Probe coming about as well, to get this all settled in for some early moments. And Cybercore coming through. As we just have Hero, who's built a Twilight Council every game so far. It's been a very similar setup from Hero, game in and game out. A couple of tweaks here and there, but obviously the main concept has been pretty consistent. As the SCV comes through, chasing that probe around the back for the moment. Cybercore will finish up shortly. SCV still just chasing that probe around, so just taking a few moments. Probe gonna pull over, nibble at the SCV in return. And again, just try and play a little bit of a delay on this command center, but it's gonna finish, I think, without any issue at all here, so that should not be too much of a problem. That should not be an issue. And on we will go. How about that? And just been talking game in and game out about the Twilight Council. Now Hero drops down the Stargate, so finally going to switch into something with a little bit of a different vibe to it here in this game number 7. Stargate it will be. Obviously gives you a good chance to play defense against a lot of the aggression of ByuN that might be coming your way. So that's definitely one thing to think of pretty much straight up here. Let's just see that Adept shading about. Adept is going to fly away. Barracks will take a few shots. Just going to see the reactor in the tech lab coming up. A very fast +1 from ByuN. So a very fast engineering bay. Interesting because that's not usually prioritized by Terran players. So interesting to see that ByuN is going to say that this is something that might actually be of use to him here. Interesting choice as the Void Ray Corona boosted along as well. Cyclone building, Marines on the way, +1 attack coming through as well. I'm just going to have a couple of Adepts still hitting away at the depot there. So again, a few more shots coming through just for the moment. And a few SCVs pulling back over to try and play repairs as well. One SCV going down as part of that. A few Marines sitting behind the wall for the moment as well. And just again seeing the Void Ray and Warp Gate building up as we speak. Cyclone locking on. Adepts get chased away. Now our Void Ray shows up. So Hero, get nice and aggressive. Second Void Ray on the way too behind this as the depot going to take some damage. Funnily enough, ByuN has the early engineering bay, but could really do with a turret from that right now. And he's going to start it up in the back. As Hero continues to invest into this committed attack for himself. Obviously the Stargate out on the map and reducing heavily. A gateway there as well to warp in from. So full send as Hero tries to win it with a little bit of cheese here in game number 7. Tries to win it with a little bit of style. Not just going to let it be the same old kind of boring setup that we've been seeing, I suppose. As there's a couple of Void Rays will hit the orbital command, the force field goes down onto the ramp. And we'll just see the couple of Void Rays still hitting, the orbital still taking shots. Combat shield is on the way through as well, so bringing that combat shield up gives ByuN a good opportunity to actually be very helpful with the Marines. He's going to prioritize that because he can't really afford to stim repeatedly because he's got no way to medevacs right now, but combat shield will just increase each Marine's HP by 10. It's funny, he's actually going to kill his own engineering bay here to unblock himself from the front. That's so weird. I guess just because it gives them an easier kind of way through. That is genuinely a very weird approach. As we do have the orbital command is going to finish up on this natural. Cyclone 7-4, there's 3 Void Rays here already making the transition to a Twilight, but that's going to be pretty late. And the longer that this goes, the less impactful the Void Rays are going to be. And the happier you're going to end up being as ByuN in this game, because your opponent's made a bunch of units that aren't necessarily going to really change much of anything. Tank going to start firing away. Void Rays get rid of that tank immediately. Marines and Cyclone going to fight. That Cyclone going down very quickly. Marines are going to try and step forward. Going to jump onto some of those Adepts. So your tech unit's going down, but the Marines with Combat Shield are going to be actually pretty tanky against Adepts and Voids. And they will be enough to kind of step this back for now, although you've already lost 8 SCVs. ByuN now on his way to Stim. New siege tank set up. Needs that tank just to help him stabilize a little bit against the adepts on the ground, right? That obviously goes a long way to helping you out here, so should help quite a lot as the Temple Archives continues through. The gateway is still coming up. We got that Nexus on the way as well. And Gates Temple Archives going about right now. Just need the +1 attack and charge coming through too. This hero doing a lot of things to equalize this game, right? Getting the +1 of his own finishing up should be huge. ByuN's obviously not continued with upgrades after killing off his own engineering bay. He's not had one, so the big question mark is going to be the Stim Pack. Can the Stim Pack give ByuN a powerful enough army to kind of step onto the map and keep on fighting and pushing and trading? He's up against charge. There's actually going to be Archons on the way through here as well very shortly, so that's also going to be a pretty major factor. No! He loses Stim! Seconds from completion. The Void Rays are extremely effective, and that Stim Pack goes right up towards the edge here and just makes it an easy target. Prismatically aligned Void Rays shred through the Tech Lab, and ByuN without Stim is going to be even rougher, right? I mean, now Stim was one of the things I think ByuN was waiting for to make a play, and now it's like, well, you can wait for Stim still. I don't think you die here or anything, but like, life just got a whole lot more difficult for you, plain and simple. It just got a whole lot more difficult. I mean, Hero probably could have done that a while ago. I think he was waiting for charge in case Terran stepped out and kind of engaged into him during that time. Then he would have the charge to kind of bounce back with, so but yeah, that was really an opportunistic play that was really waiting to be made for, like I say, a substantial amount of time. Because the shell's coming up, Stim Pack over halfway done, the armor upgrade coming through as well. Armor upgrade and Blank coming through on the side of heroes, so continue to bring that into play just for the moment. And Hero. This is the part where Hero really capitalizes now, because ByuN was meant to have a big timing window where maybe Stim shows up and he's going to be pretty powerful and Hero's army might struggle, but now that's just taken away by, you know, almost 2 minutes. And that delay is definitely going to give Hero a lot more chance to just set up. The bases are mining up strongly. Looking very good for him across the board. We got Storm and the +1 armor coming through. The Blink is coming about as well. Hallucination goes down. Tank's going to unsiege. Rest of that army just coming about. Guardian Shield going to pop up. We are going to engage through. The SCV's coming up this ramp as well. Marines, tanks, medevacs all coming around. I mean, ByuN's army is still... It looks okay. But imagine this attack had come so much sooner. Storm is now almost a possibility, right? And that's obviously miserable for ByuN to play against. He does not want to be up against Storm in any way, shape, or form, so... I think this is going to be turned into Hero's game very shortly here. Let's see as we move forward. The first Storm is already brutal. Second Storm doesn't even try and hit the Marines, but just hit the siege tanks. And Hero is going to take this series 5-2, as that is a convincing cleanup. Makes it up in this final game with a bit of aggression off the Stargate. It worked wonders. And there you go. GG's. Hero is going to take the 5-2 victory over ByuN in this best of 9 put on by Inu. Just a little bit of a show match today. And yeah, some extra content for us, as that's going to lead us into doing what we were going to do originally today, which is going to be some GSL replays. So yesterday's GSL group is what we're going to cover next, guys. Following that best of 9. So we're going to take a quick little break and come back and go into, like I say, that GSL group of matches. Get that underway. So it's going to be 5 best of 3s featuring Maru, Rogue, Nightmare, and Trigger. So we're going to be doing that GSL group. So this from yesterday. These are replays coming up. But yeah, still just a chance for us to kind of catch up on the game, see what happens, see what's happening in GSL and so on. So that's where we're kind of at right now. So, with that said, let's take a quick moment or two. I'll throw us over to a quick break screen, and when we come back, more StarCraft to you guys. We're going to cover the GSL replays. BRB. Alrighty guys, hello, welcome back, how are you doing? Sorry for a little bit of a longer break, just doing a couple things, sorting some stuff out before we were able to get going. Alright, we're gonna jump into some GSL replays. First matchup is going to be Maru versus Trigger. Second matchup will be Rogue taking on Nightmare. And then, as usual, the winners match, elimination match, and decider match, as we will cover 5 best-of-3s in total from this Group B. So this was played yesterday, guys, just to be, again, completely clear. And, yeah, so this was played yesterday live, and then these are the replays. It's just us covering them for... Yeah, because we want to cast the replays, why not? So yes, that's how things are going to go. That's what we're set up for. Let's dive into this Maru versus Trigger series. So, yeah, we had some fun times casting the Group A. And, like I say, I think we'll just keep on casting the GSL replays, because why the hell not? Is the TLDR. So, let's get into it. Well, let's see what happened between the blue Terran in the top right corner of the map, Maru, and the red Protoss in the bottom left-hand side, Trigger. Really cool to see Trigger qualifying. He was playing really well lately as well. I'm excited to see how he does today. I think Maru is a massive question mark right now. No one really knows how good Maru is or what to expect of Maru. But, yeah, I mean, I actually feel like Trigger's got a good chance to get out of this group. We'll see what Maru looks like as well, though. Obviously, the interesting part for these guys is that these are players that obviously qualified into GSL, but while they qualified in GSL, they did not make it into the group stage 2, so Maru was not one of the top 4 performers out of the qualifiers. And that's why he's down here in this group stage 1 while other players get to bypass it, so it's definitely something to kind of keep in mind a little bit. Like I say, we don't really know where Maru is at because he's not been playing as much lately. He hasn't played a lot of the other tournaments where other players have been, so yeah, we don't really know where Maru is at. Definitely kind of leaves some question marks open to what to expect today. Like I say, that's the one thing I think which leaves this group kind of more open than it usually would be, is we just don't quite know where Maru is. I think it's fairly reasonable to say Maru might just be out of level, where this group should be very manageable for him. And maybe it gets a bit tough for him in Group Stage 2 if he makes it there. But yeah, like I say, it's just hard to say because we just see so little of him, so... But it's Maru, and Maru in GSL usually is a different beast, so we will see. Nexus, Cybercore, coming through here from Trigger initially. Maru in the qualifiers against Classic did play a lot of Hellion drops. Wondering if he might stick to something similar here. Be kind of surprised if he did the same thing in the qualifiers as he does right now, unless he really just feels like he can get away with it, so in which case he'll probably just kind of stick to doing the same thing. I mean, you gotta imagine that Trigger has, at the very least, looked at those qualifier games and is going to begin prepping against exactly that to make sure at the very least he doesn't get made a fool of dying to the same thing that Classic died to during the qualifiers. People will come in, a couple of probes taking some shots, Stalker going to be there to turn the Reaper around as well. Twilight Council currently about halfway done, so Twilight Council coming through, the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up and online as well. Continue to bring that into play currently. Two Marines and the Reaper just going to hit that Adept, going to shade it about. We do have ourselves... The Adept actually being in the base is a little annoying. Problem is the shade out is going to go via units as well, which is not exactly ideal, so Adept probably ends up feeling a little bit more trapped than it would like to be in this situation. As the Reaper comes through again, once more going to be hunting down an Adept. So see that Blink coming through, so he has a lot of Blink play today already. It's no surprise to see Blink. Blink is just very popular and for good reason. It's very powerful. It gets you into good positions. It allows you to trade very well. There's a good reason it's one of the more popular styles at the moment. Is actually going to start trading here. Free Marine showing up. Trigger doesn't really have enough Stalkers just yet. This probe would love to set up that Widow Mine, but the Marines are trying to target fire it. We have a little bit of dancing by Maru as the Widow Mine kind of gets used beautifully as kind of a zoning tool. That really works very effectively, so nice job there. As the Blink continues up, the Nexus is on the way. Again, Banshee in the tank coming through as well. Stalkers get there. I'm just going to take a few shots of damage again. Stalkers get pushed to the other side, so again just getting pushed around a little bit. Some damage being done. Continue to push on forward. And a nice jump onto that Nexus, and we'll be able to succeed a little bit. A few Stalkers still gathering together too. Shot's still coming forward, and the Stalker's actually going down, so I mean the problem is Trigger needs to clean this up, otherwise he's in trouble. And right now I think the reality is that Trigger is very much so turned into a spot of trouble right now, as he kind of gets turned around and can't really do much to stop it. So losing your third base, Maru's army still here and looking very powerful. That Marine tank and Banshee force continue to gather up. We're going to see a couple of those Zealots are going to get jumped on as well, so they're going to go down too. And it does look as though Maru pushing through to take the opening game of this GSL group. As I don't think Trigger has much left in the tank here. That's a GG's, and Maru gets the opening game. Yeah, getting rid of that third base is just pretty darn huge, and Trigger never really able to stabilize. As we're going to get ourselves ready for a second game in a couple of moments. So, game 2 coming up, it's going to be on Ultra Love. We can just go straight into it. As, yeah, obviously we are casting the replays, guys, so for us, we can kind of just come out and go straight into the next game. Here and there, I'm going to have to run some ads, that's my Twitch requirements and so on, but outside of that, we can keep these games moving pretty smoothly through and through. As in the top right corner, the blue Terran player is Maru. He takes that 1-0 lead and takes on the red Protoss in the bottom left corner. It is Trigger. Alright, it's game 2 of the best of 3. And the Assimilator going down, Gate coming up. Racks and the gas coming through at the same time as well, so we get all of that underway for the moment. Trigger just hoping for a little bit of a better setup. Really kind of got disrupted early, really got kind of thrown off before he really got going at all. That's definitely one of the more challenging areas of the game for Protoss players lately, so if you can get through that kind of stage without too much damage taken, like I say, we'll see if Maru can maybe make faults against Trigger. See if Trigger can make him make some mistakes, but yeah, like I say, it's kind of an odd one because I feel like 99% of the time we come into a GSL group and be like, Maru is going to advance. But like, it's so hard to genuinely say that right now because, like I say, Maru has just been this oddity, this enigma in StarCraft 2 where, you know, to the point he's played so little, people are coming into streams and asking, did Maru retire? Did Maru leave? Like, where's Maru been, you know? Because it has been that long since we've really seen him play. He played in, like, the Pig Fest that one time. Didn't exactly go well for him. Got eliminated out of group stages. So when we have seen him in small bursts, it's not even been that great. But stepping it up for GSL perhaps, like I say, would be a very Maru thing to do. So, like I say, it definitely kind of creates a little bit of mystery over this Group B, because, like I say, it's just not easy to really tell where we're at right now in that regard. He's been hurt. Yeah, apparently he's had some shoulder issues. He has, like, long-term shoulder issues. I believe that is why he's been... I think he actually got discharged from the military because of his shoulder issues, so he does not have to do military service. I believe is the case. I think I read this on Wikipedia with Crank as a source. Now, Crank's a pretty reliable source. But yeah, I believe that is the situation for Maru. So, obviously not great, because to not have to do military service means something really is kind of wrong with your shoulder. Like, that's a very serious reason to be able to get out of it. So, yeah, you have that to consider too. I mean, Maru's always had a bit of a funky shoulder, if I'm not mistaken. He's always been a player that's definitely had to take care of his posture and kind of how he plays and stuff like that as well. Ends up going to hit, Reaper taking some damage. Coming back through, and Stalker coming up, Warp Gate on the way. Gateway continues to build for the moment here. His soul was injured, losing all the Vera. Oh my god. Can you imagine? It's like Maru shows up to the military and they just look at him like, nope, sorry, your soul is too damaged. He's like, hey, what do you mean? They're like, we can tell you've suffered a great loss in your life. He's just like, oh my god, Oliveira! The Adept here is going to get chased away by the Cyclone, and that will fall, so the Adept gets taken out. It's a nice little cleanup from Maru, who can take the Cyclone onto the map. We're a long way off of Blink, so Cyclone has some time here where it realistically can step onto the map and make some stuff happen. Stalker's just going to hit, Reaper is going to go down. And again, Blink coming through. Adept in the probe, Gateway in the probes continue to come up as well. Looking, Banshee in the tank continues to come about. And Robo facility coming online, the Stalker and that Blink coming up, the Assimilator coming through. The Banshee's still going to sit overhead onto the natural now as the tank and the Marines gather together. Focus will just hit that Marine going down. And the Banshee tank and the cloaking continues up for the moment, so we continue to bring that through. Got that charge started up. Again, the Observer coming online, the Nexus and the Forge coming through as well. So just a little bit of everything being built up for the moment. Marine tank continues down. We are going to see this Banshee flying away and getting rid of a few of these probes. 2, 3 workers going down immediately. And the Marines and the Cyclones continue to join up. Just going to be seeing the Stalker's going to step forward. Cyclone goes down immediately. We jump onto the Siege tank as well. And now we're going to go for the Banshee too. So this time Trigger getting a much better kind of start to the cleanup. There's still a lot of Marines here, mind, but we've removed a lot of the permanent features of this army that would have made continuing here an issue, although the 2 Banshees are still going to deal some damage. Banshees really are huge DPS units, and right now we do not have a way to deal with those Banshees effectively at all. So the Banshees are kind of just having their way, and they are getting a lot of work done. Stalkers continue to fight. The Marines continue to take some shots. The Banshee's going to go through. A few more probes beginning to drop down. We're also going to be seeing 6 workers killed. Make it 7. Make it 8. 9. Wow. These Banshees were great on the Stalkers. They were great on the Mineral Line as well. So, really nicely done. Kind of brutal for Trigger. There's a lot of losses. There's the kind of losses which I'm not sure you necessarily really recover from, you know. It's a little bit of a tough situation as the necklace continues across. Couple gates coming about. Nexus and the +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. Just gonna have ourselves the stim pack and the +1 from Maru, who is very comfortable moving into the next stage. Like I say, for Trigger, it's a bit wonky because you got to rebuild the third base still. Just felt like it was going better with the initial start of a cleanup, but doesn't quite get there. And that obviously ends up being quite costly. A Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack, all continue through for the moment. The Banshee is going to come around the back side and go around the back and hit a couple of probes. The 2-3 workers going down very quickly. The Stalkers get up. They're going to get rid of an SCV and potentially able to keep on threatening the depot and a little bit more as well. That pylon will also get jumped on, as that pylon will be dropping in the next couple of moments. And he's still putting in some work, just whacking away at those Stalkers. We see the, again, just sitting in the corner and just keeping the Stalkers busy and actually getting good damage done as well. Definitely a frustration here for Trigger, who just cannot seem to deal with that pressure. It just keeps on coming his way. Combat Shield, Concussive Shells, +1 attack coming through. And Marine Marauder, Widow Mine, all coming out as well. So just trying to get as many units up as possible. Continue to step up into this game. I'm going to take a few more shots. Stalker's getting chased around. Marine's going to start stimming in as well. The Stalkers get chased once more. Zald's actually coming around the back. Nice catch on the first siege tank. Second tank goes down without firing. The tanks really get nullified. Good fight for Trigger. I mean, there's a fight you're going to win. That's going to be the kind of one. There's a very good start. The auto turret's definitely trying to kind of turn you around a little bit. Yeah, getting rid of all the siege tanks. Huge starting points. Yeah, it gives you a little bit of hope for the Protoss right now. Can he power through then? Can he keep this going as we just have the Stalkers and the Zards coming about at the moment, threatening the idea of moving back up to the high ground or so. Just going to see Guardian Shield popping. Auto turret's going to come down once again. Both force shields are put back in place. And the Stalkers and the Sentries continue to push on through. Marine Marauder going to take damage. Another Widow Mine shot from the side. And try and fire in, but not really do much of anything. It's a lot of SCVs coming across the map as Maru's going to say, I'm going to guarantee this game ends. He's 2 basing, so I guess it makes sense. One Colossus shows up, but that's not going to do a lot against this amount of SCVs being pulled in as well, so it does feel pretty scary for Trigger still, as Maru threatens to just jump straight through onto the rest of this army, still very much so powering his way in. There we go. Zelda's going to try and charge through. The Colossus has a lot of work to do. Has to stay very safe here as well. Battery in the back going to be online in a moment. A lot of the SCVs have gone down from Maru. And there's a few more Zards show up from Trigger. Is he going to be able to make a defense here? Feels like Maru's breaking through. The Colossus goes down. That really is probably the main thing you had to hold on to there as Trigger. Io's still chasing through. Stalker's still getting pushed about. Let's see a few more of those Stalkers going down. Everything dropping. Colossus is going to get jumped on as well. That Colossus lives, but Maru has done enough to offset the numbers here, and with 62 to 16 supply, or army supply, it's very difficult that Trigger wins the fight anymore. Colossus is pretty much just dead in the water. Would have been better if money invested into gateway units at this point, because again, a Colossus on its own just does not do all that much of anything. GG, and it is going to be Maru to take the 2-0 to start off this group stage against Trigger. So there we go, a little bit of a statement made by Maru. We ask ourselves, is Maru still kind of up to the task? And he says, yes, absolutely, 100%. There we go. All right. Yeah, pretty convincing stuff from Maru. We'll see how he does in the winners match then. We'll see who he'll be fighting against us up next. We'll get ourselves a little bit of PvZ in the form of Rogue versus Nightmare. So that Rogue Nightmare series will be coming up. I'm just going to run some ads, guys, give it a couple of moments, and we'll jump into the Rogue Nightmare matchup. So Rogue's been playing really well lately as well. I feel like Rogue's really done a good job of leveling up just in time for this GSL season. He's really come through recently and just... I feel like he's leveled up in the past month, maybe month and a bit. I'm not sure what the exact timeline is, but the last little while of me watching really has been kind of like, oh my god, like Rogue is hot right now, you know? He's playing great StarCraft, so Gets me excited to see him in a GSL group. Rogue definitely one of the big preparation-based players of all time, so it should be an exciting match here as he plays versus Nightmare first, and if he wins, he takes on Maru. If he loses, he'll play against Trigger. And that's what's coming up. Thank you so much, Windows, for becoming a WardiTV bronze member over on the YouTube. Thank you so much for supporting. Appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And also Guitar, thank you so much for dropping the 8-month resub on the Twitch. Maru is the man. Hell yeah, we'll have a bit more Maru further down the line, guys. I said we do winners match, then elimination match. That's typically the GSL order. I might switch it around if it changes up the order of the mirror matchup. I like to get mirror matchups out of the way, so if Nightmare lost to Rogue, maybe we do elimination match first and do the PvP and then into the TVZ and the PvT/Z at the end, if that would be the way it would work out, I guess. So, but purely just because usually getting mirror matchups out of the way is a little bit nicer for the viewership build-up and stuff. So, I think we might do that, but not guaranteed fully set on it. We'll see what this result is first, because like I say, if Nightmare beats Rogue, which is plausible as well, Nightmare's also been a little bit more silent recently, but I mean, you qualify in a GSL, you're definitely playing good. Yeah, Nightmare, I wouldn't say he doesn't have a chance here. I would say, honestly, if this was a month and a half ago, I'd say this was a 50-50 matchup. It's just the last few weeks, Rogue has looked that much better. And I've not really seen that much of Nightmare, so my tendency is to support Rogue in this one and to kind of say he's going to be the favorite. But it really is based on more recent events. Like I say, we'll see if that comes true going into these games here. As thank you so much to StarCraft 20. Thank you so much for the Prime sub for 11 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Windows dropping the emotes on the chat, on the YouTube chat. I love to see the emotes in YouTube chat. We basically never see them. We're starting to get a few more YouTube members and stuff, which is cool. So, yeah, hell yeah. Awesome to see a few of the emotes getting actually used there frequently. That's awesome. Alright, guys, I'm just yapping to fill about 20 more seconds, and I'll click watch on this replay. Again, when there's no... because we're just watching the replays, we can just go. That's nice, but I do have ads to run, you know? So I've got to do a little bit of yapping here and there to fill the time for the ads to play. Otherwise, the ads just overlap the start of the game super heavily, so... yeah, a little bit of yapping from me, and then we'll get this on the go. Thank you so much, Casting Awesome. Also coming through with the 54-month resub here on Twitch. Thank you so much. 54 months. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I think we're good, guys. I think we can go into this. Let's click play. Going to be Tokamak for map number 1. This one feels like one of the more popular maps of the map pool currently, so it's definitely been an early favorite since the map pool changed. So I became a member and wanted to use the stim emote for so long you had to give in. Hell yeah. I actually really like the little stim emote. It's very cute. Very, very underutilized emote on our channels, actually. I feel like a bunch of the StarCrafty ones are. Need to get people to spam stuff some more. Alright, let's get into this. In the top right-hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Rogue. Like I say, he's been on a pretty monstrous, return lately. Has really stepped it up the last month and a bit. Definitely getting hot at the right time when all these bigger events are starting to pop back up and crop back into play. Just Rogue. He knows when to be at his best, doesn't he? He knows when to be at his best. Of course, he's a former GSL champion, world champion. You know, he's been there and done it all. Went to military, has not really seen that huge success since the military, but has still been good and has still been able to challenge at the top of the top a lot of the time. So, keep that in mind as we have. In the bottom left, the Red Pros player Nightmare, who has a much less kind of exciting career to talk about, but has been a pretty solid kind of part of the Korean scene for the last 2 to 3 years. So, like I say, if this was a couple months ago, I would have said this was much more of a 50-50 matchup. With recent performances, I do have to favor Rogue going in, but let's see. Because the beautiful part of GSL is I feel like pretty much nothing is ever really certain. And yo, thank you so much, Ian, going in for the gifted subs here on Twitch. Going out, 10 gifted subs, going out to Blackspade Kamui, Dela Pinek, Lumi Shining Star, U1849KA, Est Oak Warrior, Do You Like Bailey's Bo Hater TV, Mika James, Kitty Nikki, and Don't Panic 3080. Thank you so much, Ian, for the generosity of the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Don't forget to smash the likes. Yep, smash the likes as well. Easy to do. Helps us out a whole bunch. Video viewership's been great today, actually. For just casting some replays now, and obviously the out of nowhere best of 9 earlier, been like up at 300 viewers. It's been a good day. Been a good day. All right. Lots of hype for Rogue around. It is fun to see Rogue. I really wanted to invite him to my tournament, but obviously he has GSL and stuff, so I tried not to invite people who had GSL. I mean, if he gets eliminated, I guess I probably could have invited him, because then he wouldn't be, then he'd be free to play this weekend maybe, but I did my invites before, obviously, these groups were played, so I still haven't checked the results, so I've got no idea who wins and who gets eliminated and who doesn't, so I try to mostly avoid GSL players when it came to the group invites, so yeah, it's been fun every time we do get Rogue involved, though, because he does keep on giving us some very entertaining games very consistently, so yeah, been an extremely fun player to watch. And to be fair, when hasn't he been an extremely fun player to watch? He might not play everyone's favorite style of StarCraft 2, but man, it is fascinating watching a guy who just plays so differently to everybody else, plays completely off meta. It's really something. Do you think that's one of the things that's been missing a bit for Rogue? Like, he's definitely had a little bit of his own style since returning, but he's not been quite as successful as being, like, straight up in your face, like, hey, this is completely different to the norm that you're kind of used to seeing and so on, so that's had a little bit of a different vibe, to say the least. Forward coming up, Twilight Council coming down, Warp Gate is building. Just going to have ourselves the Queen coming out the front, going to drop down a Creep Tuber, and the Voyager activating to knock the Overlord away as well. Going to chase that straight out of there, so that's going to be a quick, easy pushback before getting chased. Meanwhile, it's the Twilight Council on the way up. Twilight Council coming through, Adept building. Voyager going to activate after the Ling for a couple of moments, trying to deny some info as well. Whoa! It's going to be Resonating Glaives, which is not super uncommon after the Void Ray. The Void Ray denies a lot of the information, then you can go into Glaives without your opponent having the scouts. If I'm Rogue, I'm already suspicious. I'm like, why the hell have you built a Void Ray? What are you trying to stop me from seeing? And that is kind of a cool thing, because then if you build a Void Ray in a game where you play more normally, then the Zerg may play a bit more suspiciously of you still, and then you obviously can kind of take advantage of that maybe by still just playing normal, just with the Void Ray first. So there's definitely some kind of mind gaming kind of in play to it. That building up, Extractor on the way. Void Ray activating for a couple of moments, putting some damage out already. And again, a couple of gateways coming about. Land the road drone building through, Evo Chamber coming online, and it's a bunch more drones in production as well. So yeah, we just have that Glaives finishing. 2 more gates behind it, wow. So this is not just going to be like 4 gate Glaives and then we're kind of done in transitioning. This is going to be a continuation into 6 gates. And then Blink starting up. Wow, so very aggressive. I mean, yes, we do have a 3rd Nexus down. Okay. I just feel like we're going to hit 6 gates so quickly here. Definitely going to feel like it can help you with some of the Adept pressure still, so when these Adepts do start to attack, they're going to threaten the shade, but that's a full wall off from Rogue, so the drones are allowed in and the Adepts are then blocked out. Good play, nicely done. As obviously he's just not quite ready to deal with this on the ground army just yet, so he's going to take a few moments to continue those preparations and make sure that he's going to be as ready as possible when the time does come. Overlord speed getting start. Adepts still moving about here. Drones getting going. That's going to shade around. Again, Roach speed, Overlord speed. Both building in. Drones and Overlords producing. And the Adepts will shade back away just for the moment. Such a cool wall off by the Zerg. The Spore Crawler is the door. Back when Rogue run Katowice in 2020, Cyril used that against Zest in the semi-finals to extreme effectiveness. Unfortunately, Cyril lost that series to, honestly, some difficult scouting situations. And that build was obviously one of the big challenges, but Cyril showed up, he used that Spore Crawler wall. It's not always been effective to use because a lot of the time, right, it's like it's an investment to have the wall off there, it's, you know, it's an investment to move those things around. And it's a lot of attention to kind of wall off completely, then unwall before the shades, so that while the shades aren't there, so you can let your units through and to reroll. But definitely being one of those kind of cool concepts of the ZVP kind of defense against glaives that's been around, but like I say, is not always something that people use. But when it works very well. Like, I mean, you know, executed well, it does just keep those adepts out to the third base. Really limits what they can do in the future, and you can obviously just completely control them. Kind of get into your natural and main. So while your third base might not mind, your natural and main base workers never have to pull off the mineral line, right? So, yeah, it's definitely a very effective way of going about it. Especially, it depends a little bit as well on how the game goes, right? So, like, certain styles are going to, like, you know, certain styles of dealing with the adepts are going to be able to kind of utilize the fact that they're just stuck on the third base for longer a little bit more effectively and so on, too. So, yeah. I think you need a good amount of roaches as well, because if you don't have the roaches, they can just shoot down the wall because there's no threat to them, just not. And the wall creates like a natural kind of choking point for the adepts as well if the lings do try and fight them and they're trying to shoot through, so I guess that's another kind of concept as to why sometimes you maybe don't always see it. And I really feel like we're overanalyzing that sport wall off, as we are going to see Rogue on the counterattack here. Storm's not done yet from Nightmare. This is a terrifying moment or two. Stalker's out of position on the map. They're going to start coming back in from the other side, but that means they're not near any defensive batteries or anything. As the corrosive files come down, the Archon that's there gets taken down immediately. That means there's no high templars available for Storm, as Storm will be done in the next few seconds, and Rogue currently just surging on forward. Those roaches are going to keep hitting the Stalkers, and that is going to be a pretty beautiful attack from Rogue. Striking through the defense of Nightmare. And really the timing was spot on as well, as before storms, your lings are super effective, you're not taking any splash damage. The one Archon that gets forced to morph in on its own is not super effective, it was kind of out of position. The Stalkers were super out of position. Rogue just finding a beautiful moment, as I say, to kind of come in here and to absolutely instigate a crushing blow to Nightmare's opener. And Nightmare is just going to straight up say GG. He's going to tap the hell out, and Rogue is going to go up to a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Trying to give Rogue a second game already. He's going to actually have to play for that second game, though, so it's not just as easy as me declaring him a victor. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Alright, guys, we'll get into the second game in a couple of moments. I just run some ads. We're just a little bit tight on the ads because I didn't run any after the last series, and I took a bit of a longer break between tournaments than I was expecting to, so it's just offset them a little bit. So we'll just give it a minute or so, and we'll jump into game number 2 of Rogue and Nightmare, going to be taking place on Magnatha for our second game of this best of 3. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Damn. Yeah, when Rogue plays well, he plays very well, and that was just a very good defense into, like I say, a very well executed attack that clearly understood the timing that he had ahead of him. Super confident, no hesitancy, just went for it, straight up knew he was like, I'm going for this, and he didn't like I say, mess around at all. He didn't give Nightmare more time than, you know, he was really allowed. He made sure to make the absolute most of that in as quick and efficient a situation as possible. Ooh. Did Maru get cast already? Yes, Maru is in the winners match. He is taken out Trigger already, so yes. In the first Maru series, we'll be jumping into his match again in a little bit. Like I say, if Rogue wins, we'll probably do Maru Rogue as the second series after this one, so we'll probably do... If Rogue wins this and it's a PvP elimination match, we'll do elimination match first just to do the PvP and get that out of the way, and then we have a couple non-mirrors to finish the day on. I always like that. If it's down to me, after all these years of doing StarCraft, you kind of learn the patterns of viewership, and having like having the winners match and then a PvP, then one more match. A lot of people will just say, I've seen the winners match. I don't really fancy the PvP. I'm probably not going to come back for one series at the end. Whereas if you do the PvP and it's like, you know, more people are like, you know what, I'll stick around for, you know, a TVZ or something after, right? And then they're like, well, I'm still here, so I may as well watch the last match of the day. I've got the StarCraft viewing analytics on hand, guys. The WardiTV analytics that we've noticed over the years. All right, let's get into this game number 2 of Protoss versus Zerg, as we are going to flip the scoreboard, actually. Give me 1 second. There we go. We're going to start off down in the bottom right-hand side with the blue Zerg player. This is Rogue, and he is taking on the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map. We've got Nightmare. Yeah, what's up, Jeff? Thank you so much for the 53-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming back, using your Prime on the channel. You know what I'm going to say? You know what I'm going to say? I think you do. You really appreciate it. It helps us out a whole bunch. Thank you so much for supporting. What if eating their vegetables with people that have vegetables with other foods? Yeah, it really is. It's like, okay, look, you can have your Maru versus Rogue, but you've got to eat the PvP first. Like I say, this is all under the presumption that Nightmare does not bring it back against Rogue, which obviously Rogue's just 1-0 up, so it's kind of reinforced my idea that I think Rogue's the favorite here. But obviously, let's see what actually happens in the game first of all, rather than just making presumptions. You know what, it's one of those moments where it's like, I've spent so long talking about it, now the typical thing to happen is that, you know, Rogue loses, and then it doesn't even, you know, it doesn't matter at all. It's we've talked about it for like 5 minutes for literally zero reason. Although hopefully, like I said, I was kind of interested in sharing what I think are kind of viewer kind of tendencies with you guys. Maybe that's a cool way for you guys to look at it as well. Hatch gas and pool. No surprises out of Rogue in the early few minutes, but I mean, he's a tricksy play. He is someone that kind of comes in with some weird builds sometimes, but it doesn't always have to be in the first 2 to 3 minutes of the game. He can do a lot of interesting things deeper in the game as well, and I think that's what's actually kind of cool about Rogue at the moment. He does not seem to have come back and kind of relied heavily on, like, super early gameplay, or necessarily, like, you know, kind of specific styles only. Like, he's actually been a pretty broad player since his return. He's had success in some very late game scenarios. He's had some success in very aggressive scenarios. And just knowing that that is still a possibility from Rogue maintains his danger as a player, because it's just so difficult to prepare against someone who really can do everything. And Rogue has shown us over the last few months, at least, that he still is a player that can kind of do everything. So as Nightmare, you might have a preference, so you might kind of, you know, have a preference, be like, well, I actually don't mind if he plays late game. I feel like I can handle that. So you might kind of let him get there a bit more easily, because that's the state of the game you want to see. But there's always going to be that danger of, like, Rogue could just all in you, and then it's just like, well, I can't just, like, you know, blindly go towards late game or so, or, you know, I can't just blindly kind of prepare for an all in, because he can play late game too. So that's always a very strong cycle of events. Stargate coming up and online. Warpgate is building, the Adept coming out. The Ling speed continues to come through. Queen Hatchery, a couple drones and Lings all coming online as well, just for the moment. That's the speed coming about. Again, the additional Lings coming over. Overlord's coming through. Adept is going to be shading just a little bit down toward that bottom right-hand side. So just trying to see a bit of what's up, a bit of what's happening. Again, Hatchery coming online. A few drones coming in. That Void Ray still very much so coming online. The Warp Gate coming up. And the Overlord going across the map as well. It's just continuing to get going. But we'll get the Overlords. That is going to be a supply block for Rogue. Obviously, was just trying to get in for some information. As what I was talking about in the last game with that Void Ray, not necessarily having to be something suspicious. But the fact we've now made it a second game is going to mean that Rogue has to be a little bit suspicious. What if it's Glaives again, right? And Nightmare, we can see, is just going into the Oracle and very likely will not go Glaives again. But Rogue now has to have that on his mind because his scouting is still denied by the Void Ray, and it looks very similar to the last game as well. So again, just little things to be considerate of as kind of, you know, the players build throughout the series. There's always going to be those little factors that kind of leak over from one game to the next. And again, you show your, you know, you show one thing here in the first game, you kind of capitalize on having shown it in the second. That sort of stuff, again, really kind of comes through at the tip-top levels of StarCraft 2. And especially when you're playing against players you've prepared against and you kind of know their tendencies, kind of seeing one thing and then them flipping it to the other side, and really be kind of this thing where it's like you're analyzing into what you expect, and sometimes you can get hung up on that as well, and then it goes completely the other direction. Yo, Grizzles the Bear, thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so much for priming us up. Like I say, super appreciate it. Thank you very much. Rotron and Evolution Chamber going to come down. Supply count's still building through. The additional gateways are coming online as well. Nexus building. The Fueling's going to wrap around that Adept in a little teeny bit of trouble too. But the Lings are going to be forced off of it with the warp in, and, well, Steps is actually still going to go down. It's just wandered away from its buddies. Rogue died as well. Nice little plays from Rogue. Just a couple of Zerglings able to get through, do some damage, do some work. Voidra trying to make an attempt onto this hatchery. It will not go very well. It's going to take some heavy damage as well, so that's going to be a little bit lower than you might like it to be in the future. As the Rotoron will finish, the Hydralisk Den completing shortly. And seeing where Rogue is taking us, which is obviously into those Hydras. Likely into the Lurkers for the later stages of this game. Unless he ends this with some kind of Roach Hydra attack. I don't think we're really on track to kind of end the game with a Roach Hydra timing, though. I don't think we're really set up to kind of do that in a sufficient manner at all. Central Archive's finishing by the time Hydra's on the map, there's Storm, so yeah. Being any kind of all-in against Storm is never really ideal. If you hit before Storm, great, but this is, we're talking about here hitting kind of probably at the very least when Storm is done. Probably even after that, so even more time for those High Templars to gather energy. Again, a few shots off, the Oracles get shoved away, the Zerglings are going to come about as well. You can see that Archon morphing in, a couple of extra Stalkers on the way up. And Debs and Stalkers together, both just getting rid of some of those Lings, so again, some pressure coming through. Once again, we have the Storm coming online, Blink on the way up as well. Nightmare going to be comfortably onto all of those upgrades long before Rogue comes through and does anything in particular here. Must go Ogbenstein as well, it's just going to get that Hydra speed on the way. No Hive yet, so maybe Rogue does look to be a little bit aggressive with these Hydras. He's on 75 drones, so it's not like he's cut drones low for this. Gonna get rid of the Voidra to start. He's got some decent creep spread. Obviously, stepping off a creep, those Hydras are going to become much slower, especially before their speed is completed. He's coming around the left side, just going to go jump onto the Stalker there. Gonna take a few shots. There's a couple of Lings getting caught in the stasis again. Zeld, Archon, High Templar gathering up. And we'll step forward, a few of the Zerglings going down already. Challenge +1 coming up here on the side of Nightmare, then we see the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon coming up too. And a couple of Lings just going to jump on toward the pylon as well, so again, a little bit more damage to be dealt. That's the Stalker, High Templar Force coming across the Archon. We'll hang out with all the rest, and Nightmare looks as though he's going to take a 4th base. Maganath is a pretty huge map, by the way, so it doesn't really feel like we're going to do much kind of pushing across anytime soon as the Protoss. Even if we do start to move across, I think it turns into disaster quickly because those units are going to have some good creep spread to work with, potentially some surrounds to set up on. Like I say, there's a lot of time to set that up because of the fact you've got so far across the map to go, so I don't think now is the time for Nightmare to try and go and press the issue in that regard. Stalker's blinking up and a couple Lings going down. I'll just take the Watchtower and we'll play back and forth there for a few moments. Debs go down, getting a couple of those drones that transferred. For a few moments there as well. The Ling's going to try and threaten into this mineral line. Not quite going to be able to do too much with the wall off there, but now the Hydra showing up. That will bust the wall off down. If we're given enough time, our first Lurkers are out as well, and they're already in a good position, so you have to kind of step into them as Nightmares. Stepping into Lurkers will never be pretty, will never be super fun. Azad's popping out, the Lurkers still joining up. I mean, more and more Lurkers taking this position definitely becomes a concern for Nightmare, though. And this is definitely becoming a big issue right now, is if you can't step into those Lurkers and deal with this, then you really are in trouble. Has the first couple of Tempests, so he's kind of on his way towards having an answer, just we're not there yet. Focus flying away, Gateway's taking some damage. We do have ourselves the Hydras, the Spire coming through. The Mothership about to finish up. +1 air weapons completing as well. Oh, sorry, +1 air weapons denied as the Cybercore goes down. So even more issues for Nightmare as our lurkers try and hold their ground. Will we clean this up? There's not a lot of Hydras. There's not really a lot of ways to get rid of the Tempest and the Mothership, right? So a cleanup is probably inevitable. There's 14 new Hydras on the way, and more importantly, a Spire coming up, like I've mentioned before, for the Corruptors. That will likely go a very long way to help you out. Queen's still just jaunting about as well. +3 missiles coming up now, getting that started. Of additional Tempest coming through. So I mean, Nightmare definitely sees what he wants to build, which is Tempest, and he's definitely pretty locked in on that idea and that concept. So going to very much so stick to that. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong about that, right? Seems pretty fine overall. Army gathering between the bases. Again, Tempest, Oracle continue to come through. Just have ourselves the B-Lurkers and ByuN on the right side tower. Next we'll step through. He's going to be seeing the gate taking some damage. Obviously, again, Rogue just being aggressive and showing up on a couple of different sides. Making it so difficult for Nightmare. This fourth phase into heavy trouble from the Lurkers. Lings and Hydras seeping into the natural as well, which you kind of got to deal with, because otherwise we continue to just sit here and control this area. So you pretty much just have to push this back at the moment, and we're trying to figure that out. This time Warp to try and help us here, but Nightmare is going to be hurting a lot. 30 workers going down. Obviously has been losing bases and workers and just harassment everywhere. Like I say, Rogue's been a great job of kind of stretching himself out and really just enveloping, not necessarily even just the map, but just enveloping his opponents and his bases in his own units, you know? Adrenal glands and the +3 missiles both still coming online for the moment. Tempest gathering together, a few shots coming about, Corruptors. Taking a lot of shots as well, and we'll see a few more of those storms coming through currently, so again, damage being done, +3 missiles, the adrenal glands continue to come about. A couple of Corruptors and Hydras very much so on the way out here. +2 attacks finishing on the Forge. +2 Carapace, +1 melee. Again, the Ultra Cavern a part of this as well right now. A couple more storms going down as these Corruptors try and just dive the Mothership. No respect at all. They just send it. They just go straight to the Mothership right here. They don't get it. Also, you push some units back, using those lurkers on the ground to push the ground army back as well. Nightmare's going to get himself a few Zealots around the map. They're going to start hitting some hatcheries, but Rogue is pretty quick to respond, so keeping that hatch alive. Well done by him. That's exactly the kind of thing which Nightmare might have been able to really kind of get away with and do something about. Now a couple of these Tempests are going to get straight back onto these lurkers. 1 and 2 both going down very quickly, but shut down. Corruptors are going to chase, and the Mothership already taking some hits back. This time the Mothership will in fact fall, so we are going to see that key unit taken out of the game. Just look at the production. Rogue and a couple spines for safety, plus lurkers, lings, and upgrades. Nightmare is like, okay, I can build knobs, I'm going to get a handful of Zealots. These are not things which really feel like they're going to be game-changing in the near future, so it's not like his current army is really game-changing unless he can trade very well against what is a very split army of Rogue still. It doesn't look as though that's necessarily going too well either as it gets turned around. There's that run by, met by Lings, met by Lurkers. I didn't even burrow up to join in. I believe that was just the Lings playing the cleanup. As Rogue continues to just basically control this game. There's not been a moment where Rogue has not been having this completely under, like I say, his control. He's been absolutely confident throughout this, and yeah, just again, great army movement, great army splitting, doing all of the right things to kind of, again, maintain an advantage and make it as difficult as possible for his opponent here. few Tempests on the way out as the Zealot run-by will hit once again. We're still chasing around with those Corruptors, man. How many Tempests have we actually lost this game? We lost 4, so... Obviously, they'll still want a few more. Tempest's very powerful if they start one-shotting the Corruptors down stuff, they can kite back and survive a while. There's a lot of value to be had there. Back to setting up. Similarly continues to come about. Because there's a lot of Archons, mind. I've got to say that actually Nightmare's army is pretty high value because of all those Archons. There's a lot of gas investment. The problem with these Archons are they really are answer to the Lurkers? Not really. They don't really have the range to fight the Lurkers from far enough away. Without that, it's going to be very difficult. You see the Corruptors diving through as well, able to capitalize on those air units. Taking down a bunch of them once more. The Archon's still trying to come across and get underneath. Got more Ultras and the Hydras all coming through. Add some Overlords on as well. Lurkers are gaining good position. Seeing a couple of those Stalkers going back the other way. Nightmare going to type out GG. And that is going to be that Rogue is going to take game number 2 of this best of 3. He is going to knock this down and advance into the winners matchup. So Rogue is going to get that win and set himself up against Maru in the winners match. So Maru versus Rogue coming up. I think what we'll do first is we will do the PvP first, guys. So all of that time spent explaining the situation does not go to waste because it will be some PvP. So we'll do the PvP first. Like I say, GSL usually do winners match, then elimination match. I personally prefer to do elimination match than winners match. Especially, like I say, I mostly like to do the mirror matchup first. So I think we'll do it like that, guys, and get this Nightmare versus Trigger series on the go and eliminate one player from this group. And then we'll obviously get into the Maru versus Rogue series after that. It's the 3rd time you see these games, but you still enjoy watching. That's some dedication. That is some dedication to the cause. Ay. I'm just gonna assume that means the games were good. I'm gonna presume that means the games were good. It'll be about 1.5 minutes, guys, and we'll get this next map started. I feel like the Corruptor's a bit like Mass BC versus Protoss. The only way you see it being beaten is to not let it get there. It's very good, but I think in this case, Nightmare was again just kind of taking some bad trades from early on. I think if you can kind of hold on and get into some, you know, really solid kind of just army comp, which is not just... The problem is here, like, Nightmare didn't really have a good ground army against the Lurkers. Like, he was never able to switch into a heavier mortal count. And he never really had a good answer to the Corruptors. Like, he had Storm, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, it felt like his army could have been a lot better. I do think it's difficult, but I think there's definitely an army point of the Protoss that can actually do pretty well against Lurker Corruptor. I actually think it gets the other way around, where Lurker Corruptor is really good up until a point where actually the Protoss army, you can't beat it with the Lurker Corruptor. And usually it's very hard for you to then switch your way into other things because you've been so heavy on Lurker Corruptor to try and stop them from getting there. But then the addition of spellcasters and playing a longer game is always going to be an option as well, so... It's an interesting viewpoint, though. Yo, Hummy, thank you so much for the 28-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming subbing us up. Thank you for the support, guys. We're at 666 subs. Oh my god. Yeah, we dropped off pretty heavily from the 700. I knew it was going to happen. This is why I never raised the sub goal. I knew it was going to happen. So if you guys are enjoying, want to help us get back towards 700, do consider checking out a subscription on Twitch. We appreciate it. Alright, let's jump into game number 1 of this best of 3 between Trigger and Nightmare. In the top right-hand corner, fighting to stay alive in this GSL Group B, round 12 of Season 1 of 2025. It is going to be Trigger again. The loser of this series is eliminated and is going to be knocked out. No questions asked. Nightmare in that bottom left-hand side, obviously Coming out that loss against Rogue, wondering if he can focus up for the PvP. A matchup that Trigger's had good results in lately. He's been max packs a few times. And he's been able to challenge Hero a bit here and there, so definitely a matchup where, like I say, I think there's we've got a little bit of potential for our I want to say underdog just for the fact that they're non-Korean, like basically are non-Korean. I mean, Trigger's been living in Korea for a while anyway, especially Canadian. Been played in all the ESL American regionals and so on. Well, when we get set up, I'm just going to be seeing where we go. Obviously, PvP already has interesting choices from the start, but this is going to be 2 gateways versus 2 gateways, so in that regard, we're not going to be seeing anything too surprising. 2 gateways each to start us off right now. Yeah, so of course is going to be coming up. Probes on the way in. So yeah, a couple of gates. A Cybercore coming up. There's going to be 2 gateways each. Obviously, does take away a lot of the kind of question marks of one gate expanding. And if one gate expands, does the other guy get super aggressive against it, or what does the plan kind of become there? That typically is one of the big questions in those scenarios. So we're gonna fight. Next is gonna come down and get that placed. Let's set up. Yo, Upsteer, thank you so much for giving us about to Bose. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you for giving us up today. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Supporting the stream. Very much so. Just have that Twilight Counts coming up a little bit sooner here from Nightmare right now. Still poking around, a couple of adepts here and there, trying to find openings. Obviously, just the Stalkers and Sentries from Trigger is a little bit more of a sturdy kind of game plan for the long run. He doesn't need to do much with his early units, where Nightmare would have liked to have gotten those adepts in and try to deal some damage, right? So, it would have been nice if we could have maybe found that opportunity at some stage. Sentries and Stalkers stepping through. A couple of the Sentries starting to go down. Taking a few hits, a few shots coming through. The Blink coming in. Blink's going to be about halfway down the side of Nightmare. Robo Facilities coming up. And Robo Facility coming through. The Blink's on the way in. Stalker's coming online. And just gonna Blink on the way through. Robo Facility's coming up. Probes on the way. And so far so good. Looking pretty. Across the board. Really waiting for something exciting to happen, right? I mean, usually in PvP we're used to seeing so many scenarios where people get aggressive and throw themselves at each other and damage starts to be done, but nothing of the sort here this time around just yet. A very chilled out processing comparison. Hallucination still flying in overhead, so just going to keep an eye on things here and continue to try and move about for some action. Just going to see the Prism on the way up and the Immortal on the way for Nightmare. So Nightmare prepares them more immediately with the kind of defensive unit. Trigger with the Prism obviously has the opportunity to get on the map a bit more easily and maybe find something out of that, so opportunities kind of across the board right now, waiting for the players to pick up and capitalize on them. Next is coming down. Again, a few more stalkers are actually going to start sending out on the maps. Trigger begins to move out down to that bottom left-hand side. Good amount of stalkers, a couple of sentries. Looking to get up this ramp. That one stalker already blinking back there. And the stalkers and more as the sentries gathering up as well. Shots coming over, a little bit of blink back coming about. Immortal taking some damage as well. We go back and forth here currently. As you just see, this unit's continuing through. Again, the Nexus coming about. The gateway's coming online. Stalkers will get there, and that Observer is going to drop. So Observer drops off. Just going to see the extra gates coming through as well. So we continue to bring that out and about. Nexus, Forge, and Charge coming online as well. It's got a amount of stalkers. The Prism of the Sentry is gathering up. The gates continue through. Well, we see some clashes now starting to come about because obviously Trigger's coming onto the map, so these stalkers would like to maybe try and get something done, but maybe like to try and force out some damage or so. Possibly. Stalker's flying in return. So far, Nightmare able to hold his own in that center. I do like what Trigger's doing, though, in terms of obviously getting into the charge, getting into the +1 attack upgrade. Definitely future-proofing himself in this game. Doing mauls from Nightmare definitely make this a bit of a stronger army pushing in, though. The sentries then obviously have some work to do. Force field's coming down, but not catching anything yet. And continue to press forward. Nexus taking some damage, going to be falling in a few moments. Stalker's actually going to blink across and going to get rid of the Prism. Prism going down now. The probes are going to come in from the other side as well. Trigger definitely running a little bit low on units, but he will have the warp-ins coming through, and because he got rid of the Prism, there's not going to be that same warp-in potential on the side of Nightmare, and even just warping in Zealots, very tanky units, can make a big difference as well. So, yeah, Trigger kind of taking a bit of a bad fight to start, loses a few probes, but does come out of the fight in his own favor. Now he's going to chase down a few more of those units as Nightmare starts to back away. Might have to get a little bit on the defense himself here. Again, the Zealots are actually kind of scary, because the Zealots obviously can be such a good frontline defensive unit that's something which you really have just in a better place than your opponent. Yes, Nightmare has, you know, got some Zealots of his own, but they do not have charge, so they're not going to be as impactful coming into the fight straight away. Especially if they get stuck behind Stalkers, which right now they are going to have happen. Stalkers get behind the Zealots now, so letting the Zealots do the tanking. Then charge doesn't matter as much. One single Immortal here from Trigger is trying to put in some work. Target firing some of the Stalkers as well initially. And the Zealots just go down though, and so Trigger is going to win this fight so far. The +1 attack upgrade definitely going to be a helping part of that. I don't think he would be doing so well without it, actually, because yeah, he really would be in a little bit more trouble. These Stalkers and Sentries keep on pushing through. Nightmare's already lost 16 probes. And can we just keep on going here as Trigger? He's up 20 army supply, but that obviously sometimes depends on warpins available on either side. It can shift quite quickly. It looks like it's going to be good enough here for Trigger. He sets up 90 supply to the 60. 5 more Zealots coming through, the Immortal coming about. I'm just going to be seeing this pretty much coming to a close. GG's, and Trigger is going to take game 1 of this best of 3. Good stuff by Trigger, man. Just showing up. Playing just, I mean, this is a pretty kind of equal PvP as well. Just kind of come into, you know, some defense, some attacks. Trigger just coming out a little bit stronger. I'm going to head to Tokamak for game number 2. Second map here. As we'll get straight into that, and yeah. So, into this PvP second game, like I say, we've kind of been pretty good on the ads, guys, so now we actually get to benefit and just go directly into a game 2. As we got ourselves in the top right, the blue Protoss player Trigger is up 1-0 in this best of 3. Bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player is Nightmare. Game 2 of the series. Yo, Muku, how you doing? This game triggers your nightmares. Oh, thank you so much for the 113-month resub. Appreciate it as always, you know it. Thanks so much for supporting. Gates are similarly setting up probes on the way in. And gates and the simulators all coming through, the probes on the way. Gonna guess there's that probe coming down to the bottom left hand side. Cybercore coming through as well, so yeah, a couple gateways, Cybercore coming up. I'm not too surprised if they went double gate last game, going double gate this game. Pretty standard, I think both of them are gonna be happy to go double gate into probably an expansion still. Obviously, last game, Nightmare tried to get those couple of Adepts out initially to try and get poking through and to try and start off with. We'll see if, well, it's going to be the same again. It is, but actually it's going to be the same from Trigger. This time he's going to go the 2 Adepts as well. So we'll get that up and running. Turns out that Warp Gate both on the way. Pylon coming up. Adepts is going to go shading across once more. Couple Stalkers on the way out. Nexus going to go dropping on it down. Those Adepts going to go moving about for a second or so. Force field coming in, the Adept is going to get hit a little bit. 4 probes going down already. Can make it 5, so actually pretty good start from Nightmare here, getting in for some workers. But now the Adept's Trigger are going to do exactly the same. So both players letting Adepts leak into their mineral lines. 5 workers down versus the 4, so slight advantage for Nightmare coming out of that, but pretty overall kind of minimal still. I think it's fairly fair to say. Twilight Council continues up. Warp Gate going to be finishing soon. And there's a couple sentries setting up right now. Nexus coming over. Stalker's on the way. Adept getting chased once more. He's going to actually get caught by the force field. So I got the blink starting up on both sides. So both of those upgrades coming through on the Twilight Council currently. Get all of that set up. Stalker warping in, so a few Stalkers in the center. He's going to go stepping forward already. Again, blink coming up on both sides. The probes come through. And the Stalkers and the sentries up towards the upper right side. Here's the Stalkers and the sentry of Trigger gathering about as well. Shots right away here, and we are going to be seeing those Stalkers already getting turned around and pushed the other direction. So getting those shoved back. 37 to 35 workers currently. Army supply is still very much so similar, and as Blink finishes, we'll start to see some of these trades really starting to look a little bit different, right? Get them to come a little bit more alive in all of this. That Blink versus Blink should be pretty action-packed, so getting toward that as the Stalkers and the Sentries trade, and it's actually going to be triggered to get a extra shot off there to finish off a Sentry. Chase that back and around. Blink still coming up on either side here for a couple of moments. Robo facility starting. Nexus on the way. And the Robo facility coming through from both, so last game, Nightmare was a little bit fast to get a couple of the Immortals up, right? But that didn't matter against the swarm of charge bots and obviously losing his prison. So one of those things where he actually did a good job of kind of improving his army, just then didn't execute well enough on the other stages to make that kind of really have a difference or have an impact at all. Well, depths show up, and maybe we'll see the Stalkers, you know, just start to ping their way through set of depths. There's 3 workers currently going down, make it 4. Looking for 5, but it did regen a little bit, so the 5th worker doesn't fall. Still nice, though. It does feel as though Nightmare's being the one in here doing damage. 9 workers to the 6 killed, so I guess Trigger... I mean, obviously, initially Trigger did even it up, but he found a couple more probes elsewhere, too. Stalkers flying, Sentry gonna go down. We'll continue to see the Stalkers firing here. Still got charge coming online, +1 attack coming through, the Immortal is building, the gateway's coming up. And this charging +1 coming through here. What can we achieve? Will we see some bigger fights? Are we going to keep sitting back? We're going to see this develop into a later game PvP. That's genuinely something that's on the table right now as a possibility. So we definitely have options as to where this is going. What's up, Fireball? Thank you so much for the 62-month resub. Also coming in on the Prime. Appreciate it, and thank you so much for supporting. We have that charge coming through. Yo, Kybrid on the 52-month resub as well. Appreciate it, mates. Thank you so much. 52 months. Also priming us up. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. The Zealots will open in. We do see a Temple Archives from Trigger, who probably wants to try and get some Archons out and some splash damage against the Zealots. Meanwhile, Nightmare goes into a 4th base already, so a little bit of a different plan between the two right now. This fight just breaking out, but we've got the Immortal in the back here. Trigger steps away a little bit. It's a lot of Zealots out of Nightmare currently. Temple Archives done. If we could get an Archon out, like I say, some splash against the Zealots would be huge, but it will take a while to warp into High Temple and morph the Archon. And in the end, Trigger actually ends up just turning this around anyway. His reinforcements apparently enough to significantly increase his position in this game. Politics obviously pretty wild as Stalkers continue to blink about. A couple High Temple warping in, Immortal coming up. Archon still building for the moment. Of this army still into the center. Nightmare is now focusing a little bit on that Immortal production. It's starting to get a little bit of that going. We actually do end up charging in here. So as an Archons begin to meet, gonna have ourselves Trigger trying to capitalize on that previously good fight for himself. And he is getting a good wraparound on the army, and his Archon's able to fight the whole way through this as well. Now his opponent Zealots and Probe showing up. Can he deal with those? It's definitely looking pretty right now. If nothing else, we killed 14 workers, and so Nightmare will be behind. The Prism goes down, so no micro potential anymore. That means that the attack units are going to be easy targets, easy pickings And from there, it looks as though things are going to absolutely be falling apart right now, as it is seeming as though Trigger is going to take game 2 of this best of 3. GG's, Trigger 2, Nightmare 0. So another 2-0 today, and this time it's Trigger staying alive in the elimination match, sending himself through into the decider matchup. So he will play against the loser of Rogue or Maru in a Protoss versus Zerg or Protoss versus Terran, depending who comes out of that series. Awesome. Alright guys, well that leaves us with a couple of best 3 still remaining today. Like I say, we're going to be heading into that Maru versus Rogue matchup up next. I think a lot of people will be excited for this. Gonna take just a quick break on the stream. We'll be right back when we do return. More StarCraft 2 coming up. As like I say, it'll be the Rogue Maru best of 3 next on our agenda. I'll see you guys straight after this. welcome back, guys. Sorry. Catching up with the going-ons of the world downstairs. Oh, I got a drink. Hello, how are we doing? Got a couple series left here then. Maru versus Rogue, and the winner's match is up next. Excuse me. So many hiccups. Let's get into Maru Rogue TVZ. And definitely excited on this one because obviously we've been talking and hyping up this guy in the upper right a little bit lately, Rogue. And he's really been... I'm super excited because I want to see how this matchup in particular kind of sets these two players. Because Rogue has been on that rise. He's been on that kind of like level up. He's been looking great. And then Maru, on the other hand, again, we kind of have in our mind's eye as kind of like, oh, where is Maru at? We don't really know. We've not seen much of Maru. But I think those are very good question marks to kind of be had at this point in time as we get into game one of this best of 3. Spawn pull first coming up from Rogue, so he's already going to show us a little bit of an intriguing starting point, something you might not typically expect to see. So maybe some action based around that, maybe some trickery based around that as well. I see the CC coming down. Just get ourselves set up. And yeah, it's going to be seeing the hatch coming through too, so it's going to be a hatch after that spawning pool. Obviously, we'll see when the gas would like to come down as well in the nearish future. And spawning pool about finished. Feelings on the way up. Command center to the barracks continuing through. SCV on the way. And we just have ourselves green building up as well. A few Zergons continue to come out. The hatchery is still about halfway through for the moment. As we continue ourselves into this. Just going to see that barracks still coming online. Obviously excited to see a little bit of TVZ here as well. Always a fun matchup, and like I said, I think it's a really good kind of indicator of where these two are at, because TVZ is always such a mechanically demanding matchup. It really does tell you a very good identification usually of kind of where the players are at, how they're dealing with the speed of the game, and pacing, and multitasking, and fighting, and engaging, and just their mechanics as well. So yeah, like I say, really good kind of test here as we get this up and running. Factory coming through, a couple of orbitals coming about as we played CC first here as Maru, so something a little bit on the greedier side of life for this opening game. It's funny because pool first is actually bad against CC first. You'd think it wouldn't work like that, but the way it works is that because of CC first, you don't actually have like the command center still building when these lings arrive, and that's usually the biggest issue, is that the CC is still being built, so the lings can kind of delay it, whether there's a Reaper on the way or not. Whereas in this case, against the CC first, when the CC is already going to be done, so the lings can usually do less. In this case, they actually get in, and that's because Maru doesn't have the wall off and so ready. He's not really set up to handle it, so these lings are actually going to be pretty effective compared to expectation, but yeah, typically this is not meant to go all that well for Rogue, so he does get a little bit of value out of this. Actually still coming through, CC coming up, reactor added on, a couple SCVs coming through as well. When are you going to get over? Ling will go down. And yeah, CC will continue to come up for the moment, so just get ourselves into the triple CC. So again, pretty much just full-on greed from Maru at the start of this game. Rogue is just holding down the drone key on the other side. He sees the full-on greed. He sees no reason to do anything else himself than to set up the drones. He's not going to try and attack into Maru with this. He's just going to absolutely say, you do you, Maru, and I'm going to do me. And we can kind of come and meet up in a few minutes' time when we've both got good economies and some good strong armies coming up on the back of that as well. Okay, orbital command coming up. The Hellions are on the way. Ultra and Evo Chamber. A few more drones and the Queen coming up at the moment. And that Rotor and the Evo Chamber both coming online. A few drones coming up. Overlord and the Queen building as well. Like I say, the 1-1 upgrades are coming through on the side of Maru as well. Bring all of that online for the moment. The Queen's going to start hitting against a few of the Hellions, and Hellions going to get by. A couple of drones going down already. Not too crazy though. A couple of drones seems very fine. Very minimal lost mining time there. So Rogue is not going to be in too much of an issue. Only lost a Hellion in the game, so not too bad for Maru either. Not giving too much up for that. What's interesting is that Maru is only really on those couple of Hellions that remain, so it's been pretty low Hellion count from him as he's been focusing on just getting set up otherwise. And like I say, kind of greedy, because again, it's not a lot of Hellions to defend from counters, but Rogue's also playing no link speed, so there's not going to be a lot of counters available. It's just a TVZ that's full of greed so far at the end of the day, and that greed is so far going to just keep on setting us up into the next stages. So that's where we currently sit and stand. The armory coming through, extra barracks coming up. The Queen's going to be hanging about for a little bit as well. One upgrades, Stimpak on the way. Starport and the armory coming up as well. A couple of additional barracks coming through. Overlord's just moving, and again, the 1-1 upgrades will come straight into play here. The Roach speed and the Roaches on the way through. We had a Carapace upgrade onto that as well. Two upgrades on the way up from Maru, so we continue to bring those around. 2-2 on the way out. Marine Marauder coming online. Reactors and the SCVs coming over as well. Continue to get all of that build up as the Roach speed comes through too. Again, a lot of setup at the moment, but we do have a good idea of where the players are heading to. I love the speed of Maru's upgrades. Like, the greed to me is really paying off for Maru in that regard. The question is all of that greed going to be able to hold on against the bigger Roach attack that Rogue is now setting up into? 64 drones, but like, it feels like this is it, right? Roach Ravager morphing, Carapace only, no second Evo chamber. Like, it feels like we're pretty much getting ready to send this as Rogue in these next few moments, and if this doesn't work, he's probably just he's in a bit of a position to carry on. He starts the second Evo chamber, but like, I think there's a lot of reliance on getting some amount of damage done with this Roach Ravager in these next few minutes. So we'll see what Rogue is able to do in terms of that, in terms of trying to get in position and get set. A few Hellions moving out on the bottom side. You can see the Roaches and Ravagers coming, so it gives Maru a little bit of a heads up to get prepared. Siege tanks not in position at all at the front, so the third base immediately in trouble. The Roaches is going to run through. The SCVs get used as a wall to help the Marines get some room to step away. And the Roach Ravager obviously loves this because they've not seen a tank yet. Finally a tank on the natural, so going to pull back away toward the third, which we can continue to play the denial against. And Rogue up a ton of supply. Obviously that's because he's playing Roach heavy style against someone who's been pretty greedy otherwise. Maru is immediately going to go and load up and go across the map. Kind of love that as well, right? Loads up, gets across to the other side there. It's going to get moving straight through. The +1 missiles, +2 Carapace coming up currently. Yeah, I mean, the drones, the drop on the other side is something that Rogue can't really deal with at all. He will go attack the front. He's going to see one siege tank already going down. The rest of the Roach Ravager coming through. 15 SCVs have fallen so far. A couple more corrosive vials. Tank getting hit once again. As Marines continue to come out. Ooh, another bile hitting the tank hard in the face. Kaboom and kabang. And it goes down. And missiles, Carapace upgrades, all of that's still coming through here. The Roach is going to fight through. A few of the Marines going down as well. Now the Roach Ravager is going to come to the front. We're going to start fighting once again. Rogue still have enough momentum. I mean, it's now up against 2 upgrades, which is one of the things that might slow him down a little bit. I mean, it felt like he had a lot here still, but Maru's starting to play him off. The dropping on the other side of the map from Maru, though, not going to go very far. A couple of new corrosive vials dropping down. Not quite going to land either. Good dodging from Maru in that regard. As now more Roaches show up, though. Tell you what, if these Roaches had already been here, Maru might be dead. I actually think that drop on the other side did so much of delaying Rogue from reinforcing at the front. I think that's a huge factor, a huge deal. And +1 missiles, +2 Carapace, all of that coming up. The 3-3 upgrades building up here from Maru as well. There's going to be seeing the Roaches coming about. And So many more Marines continue to come through as well. Just getting all of that set up. A couple of Ravages coming over. And you see a couple of the drones are going to begin to drop off here as well. So just going to get a few more kills. And drones going down. Again, we've got to give credit to Maru's drop play. It's definitely been successful so far. Being able to get a lot done from the drops. So good value found there. As again, the roaches keep on building. Rogue, +1, +2. So upgrades helping be evened out a little bit now compared to before. Definitely on the way to being in a little bit of a better position to get rid of this drop as well. So finally the end of Maru being able to attack during the time in which he's being constrained to just the 2 bases. No third still from Maru, so remember that. As Rogue sits up on 4 bases, 63 drones, so not the craziest drone count, but very comfortable against the 39 SCV Maru at the moment. She gets rid of another medevac there, right? I think is what just died. Any which way, we've got even more drops set up for Maru. He knows this drop play is extremely powerful in this situation. It's one of the only ways he's going to be able to take map control back, and definitely trying to punish the fact that Roach Ravage is obviously not super mobile, running around trying to deal with that the entire time. So, trying to capitalize on that, like I say, as best as we possibly can for the moment here. That's the infestation pit coming through, overload speed, and the +2 missile attack coming up as well. Maru's about to hit 3-3, by the way, which is kind of crazy when you consider he's not being able to get towards that 3rd base at all. But yeah, he's just being able to keep those upgrades going, and that is absolutely massive because with 3-3, he's going to continue to trade so well against the Roach Ravager. And obviously, Roach Ravager can't build up 3-3 until we have 5 done, so it requires a lot more investment from the Zerg, setting up 70 to 75 supply. But you got to remember, it's very Roach heavy, and Roaches really do inflate that supply. Roaches, if they're not able to keep attacking and trading, oftentimes do become redundant, and at some point Rogue would likely have to trade out some of these Roaches to replace with better units. In this case, he's moving into the melee upgrades and the Baneling Nest, so more than likely at some point he'll try and trade some Roaches out, and he will replace with Ling Bane. He's going to attack now, but I felt like if he was going to attack at a much earlier point in the game, he could have done this in. Now Maru has 3-3 upgrades. He completely outmasses Rogue in terms of upgrades, and then he's got the tanks defensively to help push him back too. Good bit of splash damage. The Bio will capitalize and chase. And you can see Maru, super low SCV count, 34 workers to the 68, but man, he just does not need any more at the moment, as he is going to come across the map with a scary army. And when Maru comes across the map, you know that there's probably some blood in the water to be had, because he does not come across the map for no reason a lot of the time. A lot more Ravages morphing in, the Baneling's setting up, a few Lings are going to start getting ready to go as well, but they don't have Ling speed yet, so that's just missing from play. All well and good, trading out the Roaches and kind of replacing them with units, but those units weren't ready to be replaced with yet, so don't love that part. We see the tanks doing some work as these units try and run through. The Ravages are trying to coat this entire army in corrosive vials. It's raining orange as they crash on down. However, the Terran is dodging those deadly hailstones, and they are just going to keep on moving through. The Bio units just stemming on forward, dodging around. Baneling's non-existent right now. Bane speed never even got to finish. Ling speed never even got to finish here. And the few bits of Roach and Ravager, the drabs that are left over, are in serious trouble. They just cannot contend with 3-3 Bio units. Again, Roach Ravager needs to be outmassing the Terran horrendously so, and that is just not the case anymore, as Maru seems to be taking full and complete control of this game. Number 1. What a ridiculous hold into turnaround in this game. I think Rogue did give him too much time. I think the drops were great. I think the drops really made Rogue kind of give Maru more time than he deserved. And then again, Rogue just never really attacked. And when he did attack, I actually think it was the worst possible moment. Right? I do think he attacked in like the worst possible moment, because he attacked when his upgrades were down again. He attacked when Maru's upgrades finished, and when Maru was truly set up on a good siege tank count as well. I don't think Rogue could have... and just before he was really set up to transition into other units, yeah. It was a wild time to attack, and Maru coming across the map after, obviously just showing us the power of that, and now up about 20-25 army supply. Obviously Maru is in a fantastic spot here in this game 1. Couple tanks for siege, Marines gathering up, shots onto those drones. That's coming up. Marauder coming through. Those Ravagers still taking some hits. A couple of corrosive files, and a tank goes down. GG says Rogue, and that is going to be Maru taking down this game number 1. So Maru takes the first game of this best of 3. It was actually kind of a wild game as well, like I say. Maru definitely looked like he was in some trouble at points. But like I say, he did a lot of good moves as well to maintain his position and to make it a whole lot better than it maybe should have been initially. That was genuinely quite well played by Maru. I'm impressed. Good stuff. Turns out Maru is still pretty good. Is this the winner's match? Yes, this is the winner's match. The loser of this plays Trigger. We did the elimination match first just to get the PvP out the way. So the loser of this plays Trigger afterwards. So at the current rate, Rogue Trigger PvZ after this maybe. Unless Rogue brings it back. I mean, it felt like Rogue had opportunity there as well. So we will see as we head into a game 2 of this best of 3 in just a few moments. Let's get this started up. Let's get this going. Our second map of the series. We're going into Tokamak. In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Zerg player. Down a game is going to be Rogue. Going to try and bring this back here against Maru, who is honestly, yeah, looking like he's in pretty good shape right now. Maybe all it needed was the big events to come back around, and Maru was going to start looking better and better once again. Maybe we should have never doubted. Alright, pretty crazy hold, like I say, pretty crazy. To take control of the game and to have Rogue kind of running around silly when really it should have been Maru who was in definitely some scary parts. Like, Rogue did all the right things. Denied the third base, didn't overcommit into the natural at first. Really took good fights with the Rogue Ravager. Just didn't come across the map soon enough because Maru was annoying him with drop play. That's really what it came down to in the end is CC sets up. I'm going to start building up a few more of those SCVs. Refinery coming down. Barracks on the way. SCVs in production. You get all of that coming on through. When Maru's broken, he's that winner's money. Yeah, you think that's what it is? He's just like, man, I finally spent my last few dollars from winning the last GSL. I guess it's time to actually show up again, huh? Oof. Oh, coming about. Hatch gas and pool coming up. Couple drones on the way in. We got ourselves settled here for a few moments. Hold command going to be finishing. The Marine and the CC continuing up. Depot on the way through. That Marine just going to nibble at the overlord for a few moments as well. So a little bit more damage being dealt. Hit, Overlord taking some damage, some more shots coming to bounce. Both those Marines going to get underneath, and that Ovi taking a few hits right now. It's going to be going down, so Overlord will fall. NCC coming about, the SCVs on the way in. Factory about to finish up, and the CC is very much so still coming online as well. SCV also building right now. Patch coming through, Extractor coming about. Starport also being added on. A couple of Hellions coming through as well. Back coming up currently. Again, just going to see our Starport, the Hellions all coming online. And just again, fast impact from Maru means that he's going to head straight into the bio play here off that single racks. Interesting, right? Just double C, just 2 bases, Stim already on the way up. Liberator now starting as well, so yeah, just Liberator Hellion, but a second rack starting because there's just no third CC in sight. So Maru will be a bit more aggressive on this game than what we've seen previously. The Roach run from Rogue once more. He's going to do this once more off of just no link speed, so just going to go directly into Roaches. Interestingly, he's not going to bother with any kind of Ling Bane styles in this series for the first 2 games. Just clearly feeling like the weakness of Maru might be against the Roaches. Queens are going to struggle their way back into position there for the wall off and just about getting there in time. That's terrifying, because if you let those Hellions in, they are going to get rid of quite a few drones, because you do not have anything with the speed to keep up with the Hellions. They will dart past and they will absolutely get some workers, so it's a good defense for Rogue, if only just sliding into position in time. Definitely was a little bit, getting a little bit wonky there for sure. Green's firing, a couple Hellions falling, Stimpack still coming up. Have myself a CC and a couple SCVs coming through, engineering base coming about as well. Barracks will move over and put the reactor down. About to complete. A couple of engineering base still, and so on, all coming through. Ready to get some upgrades going. Rogue just moves to his left so you can start looking forward Roach speed and so on, I imagine. Just the Liberator going to nibble at the Overlord so far, so he'll be taking quite a bit of damage. 3 shots coming through. Distractors and the Spore coming up and online as well. And again, the Carapace upgrade coming through with the 1-1 upgrades coming in on the other side from Maru. Curcumin goes down, the Hellions able to fight back. The Roaches get there to push the Hellions around as well. A little bit of back and forth as the Liberator coming through. Just going to see the Marines loading up into those medevacs, and we'll go for some opportunity here. And 1-1 missile upgrades coming about. Roach speed coming through. Continue to get this set up right now. 1-1 and the combat shield coming up as well. Marines, the siege tank, armory, and barracks all continue to produce. Bring a lot of that online as the Liberator gets here. Getting hit by the Spore Crawler. Hellions go by. 3 workers killed, make it 5. So hey, we get some damage out of this. Nice little run by for Maru, who even gets a couple of the Hellions out. So we'll maintain a little bit of map control with those Hellions that remain. So I can get those out alive. Hive immediately coming up from Rogue this time. Obviously not coming into a big Roach timing. But he is going to have to deal with a drop into the main base. Already a couple of the Roaches getting pushed back and away from there, as they just kind of got outmassed by the Marines unloading initially. It's coming back through. A bit more damage being done. All those Roaches still taking some shots as the, again, missile carapace will continue to come up for the moment. Nice, get back in, man. Just more drones going down. This is a problem. You can't just let random drones be dying like this. I mean, that's 6 more workers for absolutely no reason. It's completely unnecessary damage that that Rogue is allowing to happen. That's not the sort of damage you can take when you're playing against someone like freaking Maru. Like, Maru is just going to capitalize on that, you know, every single time. So, yeah, you don't really get away with mistakes like that, as the Roach Ravager will hit its way through the frontier. Marines coming across, just going to unload a few of them. Overlord already taking some shots, so a few hits coming through. Roaches are going to show up. Ravager coming back along as well, as we do have our 2-2 upgrades well on the way from Maru too. Obviously not impactful just yet, but something to think on for the future, as you already see our Lurker Den and a couple of Vipers coming up as well. So attack on the way from Rogue. Maru pretty powerful in this moment. The Viper's going to be popping by as well. As that sizing spine's coming online, as you see the +2 carapace also just coming up right now. So again, we bring that online. A couple of Vipers coming out also here currently. I like how Maru's been trading, just being very active, being very consistent so far. Just staying on the map and staying kind of up and in the face of his opponents, and putting on a good amount of pressure overall. Really able to kind of stand up and stand into these engagements as we continue to press up. Couple tanks will siege. The Spore Crawler advancing forward is going to get jumped on as well. That will fall. That will go down immediately, so a nice little grab. And it's actually going to go down, so Rogue just loses his 4th base. Maru just able to, with some of the harassment and all the rest, be able to do well enough in terms of just getting set up, putting himself in a good position. And Rogue, unfortunately, kind of falling by the wayside a little bit right now, is losing that 4th. I mean, he's got all the tech online, he's got the Lurkers up, he's got some Vipers up, and yet none of this was able to step up and kind of protect the base for himself. So we'll see what he can do, because maybe with the tech online he just says, hey, I can actually attack across the map. And maybe if he attacks across the map, there really is an interesting little something that can happen here. So maybe there is something potentially coming through sooner rather than later. As the bio comes through, a lot of those roaches taking damage. Just 2 missiles coming up, the bio having to split away, staying away from the Lurkers. Maru just trying to press the issue. Obviously, if he gets enough tanks set, it was going to be difficult for the Lurkers to maintain position. So that's maybe one of the ways in which Maru just fights this. And we do have the bio spreading out. A lot of those Hydrogen Lurkers going down. A couple of tanks getting knocked down as well. Rogue just going to say GG. Apparently, he's just going to not have anywhere near enough. Got absolutely manhandled in this second game. There's little bits of harassment that added up over time. Again, when you're playing against Maru, you just can't let those little things kind of come through and really catch up on you, because you're going to have a bad time of it. So Maru, just like that, advances straight into the round of 8 of the GSL. And we'll be playing against some other players. We'll check in on the groups when we finish this next series, actually, because then I can actually check the Wikipedia page more easily. But yeah, that sets Maru into the round of 8. And it sends Rogue into the decider match to play against Trigger. So Rogue versus Trigger for the final best of 3 of this group, to see who else will be advancing through to the round of 8 in this GSL group. Excuse me. Alright, so yeah, we'll take a moment or so. Just got some ads rolling. I'm gonna nip BRB like 1 second, guys. Not super long, just a moment or so. We'll come back and then we'll get ready for this Rogue versus Trigger best of 3 PvZ to wrap us up today. Alright guys, I'm back, and hopefully you guys are ready for some Protoss versus Zergies in the form of Trigger versus Rogue. Let's do it. Let's jump in game. That's best of 3 of the day. Been fun. I'm really happy we had that extra best of 9 at the start, actually, because it's really drawn us out to a nice length stream in the end. So shout out to Inu for running that between ByuN and Hero. It was pretty fun, best of 9 if you missed it earlier. And yeah, it was actually really nice. Little addition for us to just have a little bit more StarCraft on the day. We've talked a bit about, obviously, these groups. They're fun to cast, but 5 best of 3s doesn't always quite cut your satisfaction or satisfying needs for StarCraft, you know? So Yeah, alrighty. I'm going to kick off and get going into game number one of this best of three. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss. We have got ourselves Trigger. In number one of this BO3. What do we think? I mean, Trigger has been playing well lately, like I say, especially PvZ. I actually think he's had some really good games, so it's been cool to see him playing so well. Excited to see if he can come up for a big performance here. I actually think it's a very open series. I actually do not... I wouldn't really pick a favorite, like, maybe... Like, to me, these are two players who are really reaching their peaks in the recent months right now. Maybe I still favor Rogue that teeny tiny bit more, just because Rogue has been just kind of... Like, Trigger's been playing great lately, but maybe Rogue's actually been more consistent overall. I don't know. It's actually very close, I think. Since it's a very difficult matchup to predict between these two, so... Yeah, what was the best of 9? Hero versus ByuN. It was just a little best of 9 show match that was put on by the Korean caster that we usually stream with and stuff, so... Yeah, it was a really nice way for us to start the day, just cheeky little best of 9 out of nowhere. Always love that. Next week coming up, a couple Queens and the Lings coming through. The Nexus is getting built up as well as we get underway. Rogue peaking in 2025. Oh, definitely peaking in terms of his recent performance, right? A couple of those Lings going to go latch onto that worker. Just while we have a couple moments of setting up still, guys, again, if you've enjoyed the streaming today and the casting, do not forget to hit the like and the subscribe on the YouTube. Always goes a long way and helps out massively, so we appreciate that. And if you're really enjoying on Twitch, you can hit the follow button. As always, check out the options to prime subscribe and support further. They really do help. Obviously, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where you can pledge towards WardiTV tournaments. And we're currently crowdfunding specifically toward the WardiTV 2025 series right now. You can ! 2025 into the Twitch or YouTube chat to find the link for that if you'd like to come and support and help us to keep pushing that crowdfunding a little bit further over the next few weeks while it's still up and running. Oracle on the Warp Gate coming online and drones coming through. We get set up. The Adepts will continue to move around for a few moments here as the Adept Shade will just cancel the Queen and the Zerglings gathering up together. Couple Spore Crawls will be on the way out, so we get those started. The Warp Gate coming through, Oracle coming online. Coming through, a couple of Lings getting chased away, just going to be seeing the couple of probes continuing to go down, so damage being dealt. Nexus coming through, we get all of that set up for the moment. And a couple drones going about, the Overlord's on the way. Gonna see the Twilight Council on the way from Trigger, so nice to get in there and kind of get a few kills as Rogue already. Nice little grab for him right off the get-go. Twilight Council building, Nexus on the way up. I think that's going to get a little cleanup on the Adept there as we just have ourselves the lair coming through from Rogue as well. So as Trigger moves into that Twilight Council, and no Forge as well. It's a pretty committed attack here from Trigger is what's coming online, right? Because if you're not going to go Forge, you better get some damage done with these units. You know, you're really committing to just the units, although there's the Forge now, so maybe we can step back away from the need to be as aggressive. A little idea right there as we just have ourselves the Forge coming up, the Gateway coming through, and we get that up and online. And probes coming about, Gate and the Forge continue to come over for the moment. The Ling's going to run forward. Stalkers will gather. And I'm just going to see the Ling's going to go back and forth for a couple of moments. Three workers going down. The Oracle just going to activate. A couple of those Lings still taking damage as well. And +1 blink coming through, the melee upgrade and the Spire coming online, the hatchery. We'll be finishing up in a few moments as the Gateway, blink and +1. Again, a little bit of everything continue to come by for the moment. As we just have the creep continue to spread out nicely for them for now. Yeah, the +1 the blink coming over and continue to get that set up. Just going to be seeing the Robo Facility and the Temple Archives coming through as well. And the Spire coming online too. Yeah, Temple Archives Robo coming up. Got the Phoenix, the +1, and the Blink all coming about as well. Stalker's going to get there. Overseer going to be taken down. Blink's going to run across and get a surround on these Stalkers in the depths, so they're going to have to recall out of here. That ain't fun. Oh my goodness, a bunch of units going down. Rogue getting a good capitalization right there. Nice little catch. Able to get through and get some work done. Very nicely done. So great job there, as now the Lings get to keep on fighting. And the Mutas on the way behind this. This is the sort of start where it feels like Mutas have a lot of potential, because obviously you come in and you cause chaos right away. It's really going to do a lot to throw the Protoss player off. That said, we are already making Phoenix, so we are prepping for the Mutas. So that goes a long way to help out as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Storm coming about. +1 attack upgrade coming through. The Ling's going to try and dive in as well. Just going to be seeing them diving into the natural, in toward the main base. Many probes already going down. It's a pretty successful first attack with those Mutas. I mean, the Storm is blinking now, and so some Mutas begin to go down. The Storm coming up, the Phoenix on the way, and the +1 flyer attack coming through as well. The extra Mutas on the way up. Just going to come diving in here once more. So in they go. Cannon goes down. A couple of Zealots and the Archons gathering up at the moment. Mutas will dive in overhead and again jump through. Going to go after another Archon over there as well. Another nice little catch. And the Mutas back into this main base for the moment. And Storm coming online. The Mutas coming up. +1 flyer attack upgrade coming in as well. It's going to be GG's. Rogue is going to take in number 1. With this best of 3 as this Muta Ling force really does just get a little bit out of control at the end of the day. A little bit too quickly, and Trigger unable to really get back on track with that. So GG's, and Rogue is going to end up with a 1-0 lead. And one of those moments where I really felt like just the starting point obviously went a little bit wrong for Trigger, and then it just, you're stumbling along. One thing leads to another, and you just end up in a little bit too much trouble at the end of it. And with that, we're going to be heading into Pylon for map number 2 of this PvZ series, guys. So let's get into Pylon and see if Rogue can close out a slot in the round of 8 of the GSL, or if it is going to be Trigger to fight back and maybe take us to a game 3. We've not had a game 3 all day in this GSL group, right? It's been, so far, a selection of 2-0s, so all eyes on our Protoss player to try and stop this from being a 2-0 fiesta. Rogue wouldn't mind if that's the case, as he wants that GSL round of 8 slot. He's the blue Zerg in the bottom right side. Trying to deny him that is the red Protoss in the top left from Basilisk, Trigger. Alright, so up we go as we get settled in. Game number 2 of the best of 3. As we have ourselves a hatchery coming down on the third base location just because of that little bit of a pro block initially, so Trigger just kind of messing with Rogue's setup in the early few moments. Excellent Cybercore coming about, the hatch in the pool coming up here as we get underway, the drone coming about as well. Just having ourselves the simulator coming online, and we get ourselves ready to rumble for a few moments in this game 2. Nice peaceful start. Obviously PvZ typically does have that. There's not a lot that happens super early in a PvZ that typically sends us into a crazy spiral of events, so it takes a few minutes of setting up as we get the link speed going and a few links coming about. The adepts will take to the stage. The Stargate coming through, Nexus coming about. Yeah, and the Adept and the Warp Gate coming up as well. So Stargate about to complete. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming online for the moment. Just having ourselves link speed, the Oracles. Everything you'd expect for this PvZ setup to get underway initially. And Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up and on the line, so just get that going. Gateway and the depth coming through as well. Couple of the queens, few of the lanes gathering up, couple of those drones coming about as well. So again, we get that all settled. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. The Nexus coming through. Had a gateway on alongside everything else as the Lings will just nibble up at that Nexus. So some damage being dealt as the Oracle sits overhead. The Adept's going to run in and... sorry, the Ling's going to run in and play with the Adepts right away. So some damage being dealt. Oracle activating, the Zergling's going to get chased around. Things will just get that probe going to drop. Yeah, unfortunately, Twilight Council coming through, the Nexus coming online. The Adepts popping, Overlords and the Lings coming in as well. Just going to be having ourselves the Queens and the Lings are walking, so it is going to be aggression from Rogue right from the get-go here. Lings and the Queen still gathering. I mean, the Oracle's putting some serious work on the Lings already. So a few of those going down. We're going to reinforce with a few more. Lings up in the main base, forcing that Oracle to activate its Pulsar Beam as well. Starting to utilize or waste through some of the energy on that Oracle right from the get-go, which is lovely. These few Lings still wrapping around and going to be able to jump onto this Nexus for a little bit longer. Lings and the Queens together just still whacking their way through there. So, again, some good damage being done. Plus one of the Blink coming up behind this as we continue to set up currently. And we are going to just give up the third base as Trigger, which I don't think is a bad idea. If you're not ready to deal with this, just step away from that third and let Rogue have it. You know, he's committed to this attack, so it's not cost him nothing to do this. And I love this. Get the Oracles across the map. You don't need them to defend the natural, so in they go. 8 drones. And that makes Rogue's recovery from committing to a Link Queen attack even more difficult. So great job by Trigger. I like what he's doing so far. It's a little bit awkward. The Queen's just sitting out of range of the Adepts, trying to bait the Adepts forward so the Lings can join in. It's been an interesting few moments. A couple of Stalkers coming out will start to hit back onto the Queens, and obviously that should help. And I do think Trigger is still pretty well defended here and is pretty well set up. I actually kill an Oracle though, that's a bit of a shame. Every Oracle's going to count. We actually lost both the Oracles? Wow. That's actually kind of nasty because Oracle's are the sort of thing which you'd love to keep on using throughout this. So it's the sort of thing that might actually help Rogue out a lot by those going down. Obviously blinking +1 now here, especially for the Stalkers too actually. You know, because you're about to have this Blink play. Well, the Stalkers can't take the map against so many Zerglings if Blink is on its way up, right? Like, oh, if there's no Oracle, sorry. If you get Blink up and there's no Oracles, you can't go onto the map because the Oracles are meant to protect those Stalkers from an excessive amount of Zerglings. So the Stalkers can't really be as good as they'd want to be, and that does take away a lot of the control of Trigger, to the point where I wouldn't have been surprised if Trigger rebuilt an Oracle. You know, like, it's at that kind of stage where actually that would have been an okay kind of move. Blink finishing up here a moment too late to save 3 of those Stalkers, so those Lings getting a decent catch as well. With Blink up, they can back away, but like I say, if there's a lot of Lings, that's the exact sort of situation you're going to be terrified of. A lot of Lings wrapping around those Stalkers is going to make this extremely difficult for you. I'm still moving about. Hydra's moving over. Stalkers heading down the bottom. Overlord taking a few shots right now. Just going to have ourselves a lot of Ling Hydra on the way up. So Rogue already readying himself for the next phase of this attack, which is going to be Lings, Hydras, and no upgrades or anything. So really just trying to send it off a pure Ling Hydra here. I mean, getting that Groove Spines up, so we're just readying those Hydras to be as good as they possibly can be. Obviously right now you've got the Stalkers attacking you, and a few Hydras sitting behind Lings will do pretty good amounts of damage. Stalkers fighting, a couple of Hydras going down, the Queen's taking some shots. Gonna see one Hydra going down as well. Stalkers keep fighting, a couple of Hydras getting grabbed for the moment. So again, damage being dealt. 8 Hydras, Groove Spines continuing to come up at the moment as the Lings and the Hydras continue to push the Stalkers back. Hydras and Queen's going to trade. I mean, again, just going to do a fantastic job. Those Stalkers getting pushed back in a big way. Back up that left-hand side once more. Temple Archives coming through. The Robo Facility coming up. +2 attack upgrade coming online as well. As we just have ourselves the Hydras and the Lings continue to build. And Robo Facility and the Temple Archives both coming online. The +2 attack coming in as well. So all that just comes up for the moment. Stalkers getting rid of another Ling or two. Playing as Hydras want to try and come on forward. The Hydra's going to go after those Stalkers. You got to be careful though. Hydras on their own are kind of flimsy, right? And if you get chased back, if you don't have the Hydra count to keep this going, then it gets a little bit awkward, and if the Stalkers head towards +2, their upgrades are going to start getting very, very good here. That's going to make life of Rogue very difficult. Storm on the way too. Okay, well, Rogue's on his way to the Lurk, then so he's also realizing they need to tech up. And +2 attack, Storm coming in, the Observer coming about as well. Temple Archives Chrono boosting that Storm for the moment, just bringing that straight across. Again, the Lurk again coming about, the Infestation Pit coming through. And online, a few extra Hydras are going to be popping as the SL upgrades could really not come any sooner, right? Again, the Infestation Pit coming up, Storm is about to come about. And the +2 attack going through, the missile upgrade coming about as well. Just going to still see our Lurkers, Lings, Hive coming online. Storm coming down. The Hydras have to step away. Lurkers as well. You can see the rest of those Stalkers continue to set up for the moment as our +3 attack and the charge upgrade coming through. Fleet Bacon is coming up. So we're going to see our later game setup from Trigger coming through too. Obviously opening the doors towards a Mothership potentially, or just Tempest as well against these Lurkers is also a fine option. Nice counter attack from Rogue up the left side. Will find himself a Nexus. So that cancel comes down immediately. 4th base falls. Nice Storm on the side of these Hydras though. So Trigger still trading quite nicely. Trigger's supply and army right now is decent. It's just he struggles to really have a great answer to the Lurkers. More Immortals would be nice. I think the problem is more so actually he's got an okay army. It's just attacking into Lurkers isn't going to go well for you. So even though he's got a very good army supply and a decent army composition, you can't then just kind of take that to the, take advantage of that because of the way that those Lurkers are just set up defensively. So that's kind of a huge factor as the Lurkers go and burrow. We're going to relocate around just a little bit here. For the next few moments, a couple of Storms continuing through. Again, Seismic Spans coming up. The Lurkers continue to come out. Stalker's going to start fighting the few Hydras and Lurkers setting up as well. Storm coming in. Ling still getting caught up for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Shaft of Talons and all the rest continuing through. Seismic Spines plus Adrenal Glands plus 2 missiles. It's a full upgrade tab at the moment from Rogue on the way through. Stalkers stepping forward, the Fusel's going in as well. Nice little Storm coming down. And just get pushed back for a little bit as the Lurkers continue to come about here currently. Yeah, Mothership coming in, +3 attack upgrade coming up as well. More Storms getting straight into position here as we do see Trigger trying to press the issue, but again, I think he's going to be terrified of attacking truly into the lurk line, which I think is right. I don't think you should be attacking straight into the lurk line. I think that is meant to be a terrifying proposition and something you should definitely try and stay somewhat clear of. So I don't hate that that's the case. The Zealot's going to hold up in the wall off the missiles, and Adrenal Gland upgrades continue to come through. Adrenal Gland's not far from finishing, +2 missiles as well. Lurker's going to be there. We fire through. Mothership overhead. We're just going to see those Lings and Hydras starting to step forward a little bit. Lurker's going to unburrow. They're going to relocate off over to the sides. That's not a lot of units on the left-hand side. Those High Templar getting absolutely smashed by Lurker fire. Meanwhile, you have the Mothership and the Tempest trying to get involved in the front and the center. It does feel like Rogue is still being pretty oppressive with these Lurkers. Can we start to put a stop to these? As we do see, there's so many of them going to start sieging up this base. We pop the cloaking on the Mothership. We're going to try and come through. We've got ourselves the Hydras that are sitting underneath those good support units right now. The Zealots are going to struggle to get on top of these Lurkers in a meaningful way because there's just so many Lurkers. The Zealots melt. Oh my god. Trigger has to attack into this to try and save the position, but, well, it's messy. And he was actually making decent progress, but the moment you stop is the moment that the Lurkers will just clean up everything, trying to back away too. Rogue takes a significant supply lead coming out of this so far. More Lurkers setting up. It's going to have our Archon, the Immortals coming through. Shield upgrades coming about as well. Ling Hydra coming around. Lurker's still shooting. Hydra's going to try and get underneath that Mothership. Fire coming up also here as we try and dive forward. The Archon will go down. The Mothership falls. We have ourselves a group of Hydra still continuing to ping through for the moment here. And the Archons and the Tempest continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Tempest firing away. Hydra still taking shots for the moment as the Lurkers will fight. Pylon's taking damage. The Lurker's going to fight back the other direction as we continue to fire through. Ooh, nice dart forward from the Hydra. Is going to try and jump straight in towards the Archons and the Immortals. Again, the Corrupt is coming up right now, so we continue to bring this over. Lurkers are going to shoot. The Nexus taking some shots. This Lurker's just going to re-burrow right now, so again, setting back up over here. Hydra Lurker, Corruptor gathering up. Just going to be seeing Rogue still setting up to keep on pushing through. Have a few Tempests and the High Templars pulling back. A few Zerglings going to go down as well. Just going to be seeing the Storms coming straight in. Hydra's and the Lurkers taking damage as a part of that, as we just have ourselves the Archons going to come back the other way. 5 probes going down initially, make it 6. And Mothership continues to come around. Just going to be seeing a couple of Tempest shots going straight in on the Lurkers as well. Next is coming online. Mothership, it's High Templars continuing through. Corruptors and Lurkers coming about as well. +1 flyer attack, +3 missiles coming about at the moment. So upgrades continuing forward. We actually see Trigger able to get rid of a base. So at the very least there, a little bit of a shove in. Rogue sits on what, the 4 bases, rebuilding to 5. Trigger rebuilding his 4th. It's funny because it's been kind of a messy game that hasn't been messy, if that makes sense. Like, it's been kind of a little bit all over the place, hasn't it? Do you think that Rogue's still got that, obviously, kind of hold on this game, but Trigger is trying to hang on in there to the very best of his ability. Try and make this as difficult as possible for our Zerg. Just going to be seeing these couple of shots going through. Oh, the Storm coming down, the Corruptor's going to take some shots. At this stage, I think Trigger is... I honestly feel like Trigger's army should be able to fight the Lurkers a little bit more easily, but then you've got to contend with the Corruptors as well, which are going to come diving through for the air army right now. At the same time, Rogue just collapses in on the ground, and Trigger, does he have enough? His supply is dropping heavily. The Mothership goes down, the last couple of Tempests will fall, and there's a good amount of Lurkers left over here, and Archon's not great against the Lurkers because they just have to run so far forward. It looks like we've lost detection as well. And so the Lurkers will go uncontested right now and sit between the 3rd and the 4th, even on top of the 3rd base. And obviously that means you can kill the 3rd here. There's Lurkers already on the 4th base as well. Corruptors can Caustic Spray to obviously add some damage in. And it looks as though Rogue is going to be moving into the round of 8 of the GSL Season 1 of this year, because just don't really see Trigger coming up with an answer right now. 45 supply, because obviously it means that this is way beyond being done, quite frankly. GG's, and Rogue takes it over Trigger. Alright, GG's, guys. So, what that means is obviously Rogue advanced to the round of 8. Let's actually have a look at the round of 8 groups. So we'll be covering these next week. Same deal. We'll be doing the replays the day after. Oh, am I doing them the day after? Let me have a look at my schedule, sorry. Where's my schedule? Stream schedule. What are we going to do? I might do them the same day of... No, we're going to do them... Oh, hang on. Oh, yes, we're going to do them the day after for the groups, but we might do the playoffs the same day as we do the groups, because I'm not here on the Saturday. So I think that might be what what our plan might be. So let's have a quick look at what that means in terms of what we're going to be covering next week. So next week, we can look forward to these matches. Some pretty awesome groups. I actually love both of these groups in their own ways. I think they're very interesting. ByuN, Hero, and Rogue is actually a real toss-up. I think Rogue really can challenge a lot of these guys. I think Hero's a big favorite there. Maybe Q can put up a fight, the best fight against Hero. And then Classic, Gumiho, Maru, and Reno. But Classic and Gumiho, they came through the qualifier straight into group stage 2. So it's funny because I feel like the two favorites here typically are the guys that did the worst in the qualifier. So that's very interesting as well, isn't it? Very fun. It'll be fun to see how those play out. So like I say, I'll be covering those same deal as this week. So if you want to watch them with me, you're obviously very welcome to. Obviously, there is the proper GSL stream as well. But we'll be enjoying them on our channel too. So you guys can check that out next week with me as we cover the round of 8 groups. Awesome. Right. Anything else I want to add, say, or do today? I don't think so. Thank you so much for watching, guys. If you have enjoyed, do consider hitting us up with a sub, or a like, or a follow. Any of the things that usually help on the channel. Really do appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow with, WardiTV May. Let's show you guys what's coming up tomorrow. Yeah, so this is what's coming up tomorrow, guys. WardiTV May. Alright, so tomorrow we're going to be having the following players take part in the WardiTV May. We've got 2 groups tomorrow. Trigger, Zaun, Bunny, and ByuN. I was about to say Bunny and Bun. Yeah, Trigger, Zaun, ByuN, and Bunny. And then also in Group B, Spirit, Percival, Yakov, and Goblin going to be our 2 groups tomorrow. So yeah, that'll be tomorrow. And then Group C and D are actually looking pretty sick. So right now, I'll just tell you right now, Group C is like classic Scarlet Jumi and +1 TBD. Group D... Now, I'm asking the players if anyone would like to swap into Group C, because Group D is a little bit stacked. Group D is Shin, Solar, Clem, and Max Pax. They all said they wanted to play specifically Group D. So, yeah. I'm asking them if one of them wants to move out of Group D and try and get one of them to play in Group C instead. Just to try and balance the big heavy hitters across the groups a little bit more. So, if not, that's what Group D is going to be, and I'll just have to find someone for Group C. But, yeah, I'm waiting on basically one more reply to figure that out, so I'll try and sort that. Okay, cool. Alright, guys. I will see you guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV May Group A and B. See you guys there. Have you guys have a great rest of your day. Run some ads on the outro. They help support the channel, so stick around for them, and then I'll host someone up and spread the love. I'll see you guys later. Bye.